الحمد لله وحده والصلاة والسلام على من لا نبي بعده وبعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حيا الله هذه والنير بنور الإيمان بالله عز وجل وبنور طاعته، وأسأله سبحانه وتعالى أن يتقبل منا أعمالنا وأن يجعلها خالصة لوجهه الكريم، اللهم آمين. You speak in English so everybody can understand it, right? I'm very blessed, I'm very honored to be with you today. My name is Mujahid Muhammad Bakhash. Do you have Egyptian here, by the way? In English, it's Bakash. يعني بطل بكش. There's no kha in English, as we know. When I was studying non-credit courses in Midan Tahrir in American University, the American teacher said, taking the attendance, Mr. Bakash, here. And the class started to laugh. I said, Egyptian people, very well-known, funny people. Let it go. The second class, Mr. Bakash, yes, Amir, laugh again. I said, there is something, I don't know what, but I didn't understand it yet. Let it go. Third time, yes, here, Mr. Bakash, they laughed. I said, no, there is something. Why you are laughing? They said, ما تعرفش يعني بكاش إيه? Bakash? You don't know what Bakash is? I said, no, that's my last name. In Egyptian, Bakash, you speak too much. برغي كتير بالكلام. Speak too much. I don't think so, but alhamdulillah to know at least from now on. Please, teacher, don't say my last name. Say Mujahid only will be enough. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. I'm from Lebanon, Tripoli, Lebanon. We came 10 Imams from Lebanon in 1982. Through the Muslim World League, Rabta Alam Islami, Makkah al-Mukarrama, contacted the Mufti of Lebanon at that time, Hassan Khalid, rahmatullah alayh, being the Syrian Mukhabarat, killed him because he spoke about Hafiz al-Assad and Julan and so on, heights. So it was 1982, we were going to France for PhD. I studied in Al-Azhar University, that to please my father, that's what we listen, yes, Baba, no, Baba. You present yourself, your ID, but if you insist, we'll go. So, alhamdulillah, he was a judge, wanted me to be the same like him. Okay, harder. So I went back in 80 to teach in the college in Tripoli, Lebanon for 2 years. Then 82, gone to France. Israelis invaded south of Lebanon, issue of Arafat, PLO, and no fly zone anymore. During that waiting time, the invitation came from Muslim World League, Rabitatul Alam Islami, in Mecca. When you go from Jeddah airport to Mecca, you can see that building, White House on the left side, big one. That's called Rabitatul Alam Islami, to delegate Imams all over the world. So they asked the Imam, the Mufti of Lebanon, Hassan Khalid, we need 10 Imams. They selected 10, and I was lucky to be one of the 10. We came, they used to have office in the United Nations in New York. We spent 4 nights, and they said, Imam Bakhash, you go to Fort Worth, Imam go to Boston, you go to Michigan, you go to Toronto, Montreal. Limousine outside, start flying. I thought we were coming neighborhood, 15 minutes away from each other to work together. No, it's 3 hours flying between each other. I came to DFW, somebody carried my name, drove me, put me in the car, from DFW to our community in Fort Worth. That's where I lived last 36 years. His brother, I didn't know who was this person, but he was there to pick me up. Later on to find he was the secretary of the masjid that I became Imam there for 23 years. And the first impression I got, while he's driving, every time I look at him, long distance to me, from DFW to Fort Worth, look at him. Do you know where you're going? Yes, brother. And I passed by many DR. You see the names of the streets and the DR. To me, DR doctors. I said, wow, this country, a lot of doctors here. I didn't know that it's dry. But first, I didn't understand really, honestly, to say, what does it mean to lead international community every Friday and halaqat and services and so on. And then 23 years to live in this community. Alhamdulillah, we are active in the interfaith with the police department. That's why you see the logo on the card. They trained clergies, because our ex-chief Mendoza, he brought this program from Britain, how to use the clergies to reduce the crime rate in the city of Fort Worth. So training 13 weeks in the police academy, they send us an application, whatever. If you're not interested, I like to get involved. So we get involved in 2003 until now. We do rides with the officers, and you can see a lot of ignorance of Muslim and Islam among the officers. So you can imagine how, when they deal with Muslims, what does it mean? And that's your role, can change a lot of things. Involving with the police department as a clergy and police alliance program, CAPA, that invited me to the academy to address the students. One day will be officers. And each class, 24, 26 students. Honestly to say, very respectfully, involving and so on. This opened my eyes to many things. When I left, we established the school, I left the community, I served 23 years. Then I started to think about, to change a little bit my direction, still the khutab al-jum'ah, the halaqat, but not to be committed to the office and specific community, to do more than that. Because also that being invited to different courts in North Texas that to testify from Islamic point of view, what this or that point. So this attracted me that to search about, I want to study something. I didn't know. I contacted one university, TCU, Texas Christian University. It was very expensive. And then I found out with the University of North Texas, excellent. They gave me scholarship to help me that reduce the fees or the cost to study mediation. Produced that or resulted that the communication with the professor and to later on to tell them that I'm an imam. So to send me students of her or his that to study and about Islam and Islamic law point of view. This is really something for you. I'm telling you what I did to open your eyes. You can do a lot of changes in the mind of many people, but they don't know how to get you. I don't want really, my main mission here today, alhamdulillah, from 8 o'clock until 5 o'clock we'll live together today for salah and lunch and personal things maybe to say, but we are going to stay inshallah. At the end I want you, the conclusion, open your eyes, my respected brothers as imams, whether you are the first year in your community or the 10 years or more than that, open your eyes, you can get your own degree, another career. You are doing counseling with the community. There's no doubt about it. All of us will do that. But to be recognized by the state that you are living in, or by the city, officials, and I mean officials, the court, because I realized clearly that many imams, they are scared or afraid to get involved because not knowing. We want to say, no, I'm not, I know. Then if I don't want to get involved, it's up to you. But to know, and then to encourage you, highly I encourage you, that to get involved and to be certified mediator. Now to call it credited mediators or certified mediators, that make a difference. I studied 2 years in the University of North Texas to be certified mediator. That's what they told us. You'll be certified. And you get certificate. It depends how many hours you have to study. We'll come to that to talk about, inshallah. How to be an imam. In the one presentation and session will be imam as a mediator. And how to become a mediator. It's not difficult, but maybe you need the help. I know all of us imams here, we know financially what the cost and you can get the scholarship from university that you are in your area to study that. And or we have centers. The cost will be less than the university. Because I didn't know the center they do that. But the university, alhamdulillah, because different subjects, not only mediation only, but also negotiation, other things that you study. Just to open your eyes to this quality that you have, besides the religious background, and that's what the judges the judges, when they hear from you that you are an imam, and you are educated imam, and you have Islamic background, teachings background, now you come to the civil, they respect you very highly. Don't listen to the stereotyping media, social media, whatever. Nonsense. Because all of us, we know that رضا الناس غاية لن تدرك. لن حرف نفي للتأبيد. You're not going to please everybody. Or all of us, we know. The uncle of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself, he didn't believe in him. So, you are da'i to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Also, beside saving a lot of, that's what bothered me, that's what started for me to open my eyes to go different direction a little bit. That is, to go to the court, to sit in the box, to testify, and to listen to a lot of secrets between husband and wife exposed in the court by lawyers. They don't care about the case, they care about their pockets. And we are Islamically have ethical code that you cannot speak about private things. But she wants to win the case, so she have to show the judge through her counsel or lawyer how much he's ugly, and he wants to win the case and want to show, and expressing a lot of issues that cannot be even said to the imam, not to the non-Muslim, to the imam. Because me and you as an imam, when we sit with lady complaining about her husband, we say, don't go beyond this line. I got the point. You see how? This irritated me in a way to say, why we have this? Also, a lot of money. I have a brother, he hired a lawyer. He came to my office in Arlington, Texas, and he paid within 3 months, he's divorced with his wife. He hired a lawyer. 3 months, he paid $47,000 to his lawyer, a lady. But within 3 months, he didn't hear anything. So he paid a sudden visit to her office. He paid a sudden visit, want to see. He met with his lawyer there, and he discovered that she hired another lawyer in her firm. And she worked in a group of lawyers, it's called firm. So she shared the cost between him and her, and he's handling the case, not herself. He hired her, not him. I said, what you did? He fired her. I said, what happened to the $47,000? Because within 3 months, give me 5, give me 3, give me 7, give me, $47,000. He said, I lost the money. And we have many examples and stories to tell and share with you. We want you to go to your community, and when you hear about dispute between husband and wife, as all of us we know, that even mediation to be used in a way that to solve the problems and maybe have written agreement. And we deal with verbals. No documentation of anything. We have to change our attitude as imam, to humbly request from you to be more professional. That to say, we can solve your problem, brother and sister, you and your wife, and we can write down an agreement. And you abide to this agreement, and you sign it, and have witnesses maybe, and notarize it. This another issue. I wish that every imam, especially you, because here now in the room, every imam to be a notary public. I'm a notary public too. I know what does it mean. I'm giving you my experience here. To be a notary, because we are an international community. You address United Nations in your masjid every Friday. And a lot of works, a lot of papers come from outside marriages and here and wakala and all this here. You can get involved. This another career for you in your community. At the same time, extra income. This is a fact too. Nothing free. Please, you have to change yourself, not to be greedy, but also at the same time, you are serving the community, but your self-esteem is very high, confident in yourself, and quality you have. Because everybody, maybe not to say everybody, many people, let's put it this way to be fair, they look at the imam down. From your own congregation. I am, you, imam. I remember when I came, was eating too much food, midammis and biryani and samosa, maybe or whatever. That changed. I wear Pakistani shalwar kameez, actually made in Lebanon. Sometimes for Jum'ah I wear it here now in front of you. So they didn't believe that I'm their imam. When they picked me up from the airport, a suit and a tie and that. What? Are you the imam? They thought I'm coming before the imam to see the situation. Then, imam, please come, everything ready for you. I said, no, I'm your imam. Because in their mind, I suffered that. 1982, in North Texas, we used to have only 2 masjid in North Texas. Dallas, Fort Worth, and whatever in between. All cities, north, east, west, south. Only 2 masjid. Our masjid in Fort Worth, called Islamic Association of Tarrant County, IATC, and Denton Masjid, 45 minutes away from the north, going to Oklahoma side. Now we have more than 96 masjid and musalla in North Texas. So you can imagine the growth of the community. A lot of companies moved to North Dallas area. After city of Richardson, to go to Oklahoma, it was empty space, nothing. Now major cities. And a lot of companies moved in. So a lot of Muslims moved in. Now we need masajid, and that's how this started. And the mashakil and the problems and the disputes between the families and intermingling the marriages, different nationalities, different traditions, different culture, created a lot of issues. That's what encouraged you that to the mediator. Let's go with this. We have presentations. Every presentation we end with it. Inshallah, we discuss. We are here not to lecture. I'm not here to lecture. I'm here to share all together. We have some issues to discuss and to be aware. Now, for example, I was reading the newspaper today. Where is that? Just the newspaper. You can pick it up from the desk. An issue, for example, here. This for today. USA Today. How to handle a kid who will not say the pledge. It's an article. How to handle a kid who will not say the pledge to the flag. This our children maybe. It's not Muslim, but maybe our children, one of our children. But you are the imam. And this is part of your community. And how to stand up in front of the official in the state officials, how to deal with it, with the ISD or whatever that education board or you name it. And you have to get involved. I think you get involved. That's what I see myself all the time. When somebody, you have a teacher in the class, have only 2 students, Muslims, only 2 students, 5th grade, and she distributed to these only 2 Muslim students a pamphlet, caricatures that are talking about Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam bad way. Only 2 students. When the family contacted me at the masjid, we have this, our son exposed to this, and the other one said, yeah. Then, what happened? I contacted Brother Khalid Hamida, a lawyer in Dallas. I know him very well. I need you to be tomorrow in my office. We have to go to the principal to officially submit our complaint. And he did. And we went to the principal to meet with the principal. I said, and the imam of the community explained the word imam, that's the clergy, Islamic faith clergy, leader of the community, Muslim community, and then this a lawyer. She got scared from having a lawyer and imam. What talking about here? I have to talk to my supervisor immediately. She went to the other room after saying, we are here because of this. Small pamphlet, caricature written and drawn against Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Why? This is a public school. Why this given to these only 2 Muslim students from a teacher in public school? This is not private school. This is not missionary school. It's not Christian or whatever. And this should not be in the school at all. But to be in the school and this by the teacher, not by another student. By the teacher and only 2 Muslims. Against our religion teachings here. Showing bad, our religion bad. Printed by a church in Dallas. So we are protesting here. Officially we need the teacher to come to apologize. And without effectiveness of the grades of the students, this promise in writing, and also the principle that to give us a chance to educate the staff, all the staff, about Islam and Muslim faith. And we get these 2 demands. These 2 demands, we requested, the teacher came in front of the office, and we brought the student, we called the family, we had a conference. Sorry, and apologized, and also gave us we set up the agenda that I have to go back to this school that to explain to all the teachers what Islam is about and do presentation and answer their questions and their misconceptions and whatever. This is one of the challenges to you as an imam too. As a mediator, through the process we are going to get just maybe a brief of what the issue of the mediation here, but because it's process for depend how many weeks that the center in your area that can take. Some of them, they take maybe 6 weeks. As in the university, they study 2 years. So, graduated 2009, and see a lot of things. You have to go to the court to observe, to write your report. You have to go to a mediation center to co-mediate, also to observe with the permission of the lawyers and the two clients, because you cannot do without their permission. This means I have a problem with my wife, God forbid, and I have mediation today. So the mediation center will tell me, would you like to permit a student to observe your case? I say, yes, no problem. I did that when I was, see how? Subhanallah. So these kind of things open your eyes to things really, I don't know how we are going to receive it. And that's what the end of the session today. I hope that you give me your impression. You have my business card to contact me personally. Anytime, I mean anytime, as a mashayikh, we know each other now. From 9 o'clock, 9:30, after Aisha a little bit, don't talk, please. Until Fajr. Okay? You need privacy, you need family time, also yourself time. So, but I mean, anything you need and to contact and to say something to ask about, please, I'm your brother here. Because I know this field is new. Even I started teaching at Al-Huda University here in Houston, and I told Brother Sharman, we have to include this in the subject. And I hope that every Islamic university, in America especially, to include this subject. Because in America, I don't think we have more than 3 mediators. As an imam and as a mediator too. Plus arbitration, we'll discuss that inshallah one of the special sessions and tell you what's going on with the Islamic tribunal that we establish here. As a welcome, we say start Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. As an introduction, we know. This is a very great challenge we have in our community to this ayah. When Allah said this ayah, as you know, Allah decided, decreed, the Prophet decided, decreed, there's no choice for the believer. He didn't say, وَمَا كَانَ لِمُسْلِمٍ وَلَا مُسْلِمًا. It says, وَلَا مُؤْمِنٍ وَلَا مُؤْمِنًا. Too much different, as we know. But we hear very commonly from the ladies that I prefer the American system is more just and more fair with me than my Islam. I'm sure you heard that. This is kufr wal-'iyadhu billah if this intended this way, but we know Jahl, Ibn Abu Jahl wal bint Abu Jahl will say this. So we have to educate her to say, don't say this, but what's the problem exactly? Because very common stereotyping in the mind of many Muslim ladies, when the husband will tell, let's go to the Imam to solve our problem. And in the system in the America here, 50-50. This is very common. So 50-50 is more winning, there's a winning and losing issue here. Where to go? If I go to the Imam, I'm loser, she will say to herself. And Imam is gone because as a man, he's going to stand with my husband's side. Regardless what I say, he's not going to listen to me. It's not fair. Please judge him. Just to tell, please let her to contact me, contact you, and you can explain to her, sister, I know what you have in your mind, but give me the chance to sit together with your husband and you and your husband, and let me explain to you how can even you decide to continue with the divorce. And by the way, many imams, they are afraid to divorce. Why you are afraid to divorce? Because I don't know what does it mean to divorce. So I highly encourage you, get to know what the system, because we are afraid of the system to come against me and put me in jail. You'll be responsible if you misbehave with that and mess up with, as we in Texas, don't mess with Texas. Don't mess with the law of Texas land here. No. But understand it, then you know how to play with it. Because they respect your religion, they respect your Quran, they respect your teaching. Believe me. I went through that. I didn't know too. I was not aware of it. Until you get involved, really, very highly respected. I'll have a story to share with you. But I encourage you very strongly, very confident that get involved and show your quality that you have the best to the others who have no idea. When you do mediation, and I wish you and understand, and I really encourage you to volunteer after you graduate, to volunteer in the mediation center, that you study maybe one subject, or maybe that center that gave you that training to be an official mediator. Contribute to that, because they do dinners, award dinners for the judges and ex-judges and DAs and lawyers, and invite them, and you sit together on the same table, round table, different places, and you can go and sit here and then sit there and sit there and talk to the judges and explain to them, I'm an imam, and be professional, have your business card, and let them see you. The image is very important in the eyes of the mind of the Americans, the image of the imam. How you look? And we have, I'm sure that you do a lot of interfaith activities. Happened, one of the stories I have, these two seniors from the church group came to the masjid. We finished the session, 1 hour and a half, presentation and asking questions and food and everything, beautiful food. They like samosa, they like, tabbouleh, they like, so good food all the time. Are you going to have a good food like the one before? Yeah, better, inshallah, come. You see, he said, this senior man with his wife, yeah, we listen to your lecture, whatever, beautiful, but I like the most your smile. He said, I learned a lot of things, by the way, these things. I never realized that I'm smiling, but that's good. It affected this senior, two seniors. He liked me. I said, Subhanallah, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, all the time used to smile, encourage his Sahaba to talk to him. It's grouchy face like this, I don't want to talk to him. He's upset with himself, I don't know. But encouraging and smiling. Encourage your friends, your neighbors, your church, whatever, to ask you to talk to you, invite you, and then you can see what you have, brothers, my respect, brother here, that many they don't have. But you have to show it. So this is the message to tell the sisters that really, no, Allah said so, and I'm going to be fair according to what Allah said and the Sunnah of the Prophet said too, alayhi salam. If you accept that, you'll be happy. Because, فَإِن تَنَازَعْتُمْ فِي شَيْءٍ فَرُدُّوهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَالرَّسُولِ إِن كُنتُمْ تُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ ذَلِكَ خَيْرٌ وَأَحْسَنُ تَأْوِيلًا. So you have the both privilege that to be a mediator and to be also counselor and to be also religious instructor, than to touch all the subject to encourage the sister, cover your problems and secrets and reduce your pocket costs and shorten the time by having a mutual agreement with your husband, even staying or to depart in divorce. Very peaceful. We'll talk about that, inshallah. Also, we know that very common misconception that number one, we try all the time as imams to have sulh, to reconcile the couple between each other, not to destroy the family and to rush. You don't rush to the divorce first and encourage the divorce. Absolutely not. How can we save your marriage? Give him a chance. I have somebody now, I'm coming here. I have somebody told his wife, I'm going to sell the house, give you the house, share whatever. I'm going to go to Egypt to live in Egypt. He's not Egyptian, but dollars make a lot of difference in Egypt. You see? And you take the kids or whatever. I said, hey, because he'll get upset with his son. His son not listening. I said, okay, we have gap between immigrant parents and children born, grown up here and educated here. We have gap of not understanding. Give me the chance. Let me sit with the kids, 2 girls and 1 boy. I did last week. I said, now I'm going to Houston, come back, I want to sit with you. Because you have a lot of issues. You're not taking care of your kids the way you should be. So, in a way that to avoid the divorce. To avoid the divorce. And give the time. Now they are erupted and then hungry and upset. Divorce, okay. Just cool the shaitan in you and try to kill him as much as you can. And solve the problem and stay with your family. It's not easy to destroy the family. You go away from your children and your wife, and the wife by herself, what's going to? A lot of issues. So you have to, as an imam, I'm sure that you will be concerned not to, but the sulh khair. So you have to remind him about that, even make up his mind, unless there's no hope, there's no way. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. What can you do? Also that, we have the hadith that, to encourage about islah between the people. La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. Even up to the level that the Prophet ﷺ, hubis, the salah time missed because he was working with the reconciliation of the couple to bring them back together. And he didn't stay in the office in his masjid, he ran to them. So a lot of people in your community, where the imam, he's not visiting anybody, he's just staying at home. You need me, come to my office, or staying in the office. What he's doing? Even your own board, some will think about what he's doing, the imam. Stand up for your rights, stand up for your dignity. And you are doing a lot of things, but does not mean the board have to know about it. Because these secrets of the people, when you counsel with them, or you visit them until midnight, sometimes, because dealing with their problems, their issues, and their disputes. You're not going to tell the board about it, or the community on the Friday member. No way. Also, we have three terms maybe that in English that we say, Arabic is sulh, al-qada, al-tahkim, that definitely we're not going to go through these details, but it means the tahkim is arbitration, and the qada is the judge, and the sulh is through the mediation. That will be your role to play, inshallah, bi'idhnillah ta'ala. And the first will be introduction to terms. The terms we have is ADR. And whether, what's his name, Sadiq, I didn't see the papers. He is supposed to print the slide. No, I gave him 2 papers, 2 documents that supposed to. He said I did print it. Can contact him, please. No, I'm sorry. No, not this time, Fabian. No. This is another issue. What do you have? The line here, I cannot go all the way. No, not the power. Yeah, this part of it, yes, this part of it. But anyway, we'll go with that, inshallah. That's okay. The ADR, the mediation, the BATNA, caucus, arbitration, and adjudication. Through the mediation, all this you can use in the mediation now. ADR is a less formal method of dispute resolution than judicial. So we have a case, dispute, to choose to go to the court and let the judge decide. Even in our state of Texas here, I don't know about the other states, but very common, I think, and I believe, the judge will say to the couple, whether business dispute or family dispute, go to the mediation center. This is the list of mediation center if the lawyers, not mediators. But not all the lawyers mediators, by the way. Okay? So finish it outside of my court. Not done, I will have to go. You have to come back for me to judge it. We say, at that time, you as 2 clients, petitioner and respondent, or plaintiff and defendant, you can ask the judge through your counsel or lawyer, Your Honor, we need to appoint Imam so-and-so as my mediator. You have the right. Yeah, they have the right to say that. And you are the one going to be. But you have to be certified. And that's why we are here now. Okay? You have to say, and you can, about the fees, and this another income for you as an Imam too. And we need that. It's not the issue of the money, but also, they know what does it mean to go to testify in the court. Will not go free of charges. To drive in the rush hour time, 9 o'clock in the morning, to be in the court, testify something. Maybe 1 question, maybe 2 questions, or it's up to the judge. Maybe he will not dismiss you until the end of the day. But all this is a fee. There is a fee for that. You get that. So, the judicial system that determines that, or the mediation. And then it is also known as appropriate dispute resolution. What is alternative dispute resolution? That's what the ADR represents. A for alternative, D for dispute, R for resolution. ADR. An alternative process for disputant to discuss differences and find resolution. Less formal, faster, and cheaper than going to due process hearing. Absolutely. The time. In Texas State, the family law very laxy. يعني قانون مطاطي. Many sisters, they are confused about this. They think, I apply the case today, next month decided. Sorry. It's not true. May take 1 year, maybe take 2 years, maybe less or more. God knows. Jazakallah. You don't know how long it will take. It depends the other party. Going to dispute that and challenge you. And that's what the play and the game of the lawyers. I wanted to advise this husband and wife. Both of them. I witnessed that. I have a brother and sister, both doctors, MDs, in my community. One time she said, Imam, I wanted to be in my mediation tomorrow in my lawyer's office. Okay, 8 o'clock. Went there. From 8 o'clock until 11:45, 15 minutes before lunchtime, as you know in America, lunchtime, 12 o'clock. Each lawyer entered the room with the dolly, Arabic, full of boxes, another full of boxes, different corners. But none of these boxes opened from 8 o'clock until 11:45. None of it opened, one even paper, one document. And the mediator sitting there, I'm sitting here, him and his lawyer, her and her lawyer. 11:45, she left the room. I went after her. I said, sister, how long have you been fighting? And they are my community members. But nobody heard about that except maybe a few. But to me, I was not aware of it. We have been fighting 2 years. 2 years in the court. How much is charging you per hour? $750 per hour. You spend hours with your Muslim community members to solve their problem, not say other than salam and jazakallah khair, that's enough. Even not gift Eid for your children. And they want to anytime push the button, you have to be at home. Push the button, you have to be in the hospital. Push the button, visit in the jail. Imam have to, you know, the God in India, I don't know what the name, have different hands. And the board wanted to pray 5 times in the masjid. Where are the Imam? Is not here yet. What is he doing? Where is he? Sleeping or what? We went through all this, we know that. Okay? Why has been that? How long? Been 2 years fighting. $196,000 she paid. Why? Because she's MD and he's MD. And each one of them drives Mercedes and the other BMW. The lawyers, they see. The first 3 questions the lawyer asks. How much cash you have? Give me credit card. And how much property you have? If there's no money, he dropped the case anytime. Get another lawyer who lost your money. That's what he cared about. $750. I told her, do you want to finish the case with your husband today? Yes. I said, give me the chance. I'm here. Let me try. I don't see, because I know your children grown up, adults, and different states, they are working professionally. So the problem is what? Properties and money, and that's it. 2 years fighting in the court for what? 196,000 we need in our community. I went to him. You want to finish the case with your wife today? Yes, you know. How long? The same. He paid more actually. Why? Because the lawyers, what they do, they ask him, sue her and counter-sue. And then sue him and counter-sue. Suing and counter-suing. And as in Egyptian they say, Al-Addad Shagal. Count hours, pay money. For what? I said, give me the chance. Tell them when they go for lunch, tell them, let the Imam handle it, and we'll see. If I failed, at least we tried. Alhamdulillah. But I have complete siqah on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that will finish it today. Because the hair lawyer came, Dr. Sansa, look like he like Marakat Badr just finished today or now. He's very exhausted, very tired. Okay, look like we cannot finish today. So we'll see after lunch what can we do. I said in my heart, get out of here, you're a liar. Then we start to run because they cannot be together. And this is one of the terms we have, caucus. To caucus means that not to be in the same place. Many times, comes to you, they say, I don't want to see his face. Let's sit down together. Yeah, we'll sit, but not with him. Or he will not say sit with her. I can talk to you, Imam, but separately. That's caucusing, called the language of mediation, called caucusing. Different rooms, you have to run between them both to solve them, whatever. And took with me, bifadlillah azza wa jal, 2 hours and a half. Bunch of papers in my hand. I run to his room. I'll not give her this property, this billion and a half. They buy property, they buy properties. Lands here and there. I give this, not give that, give this. The lawyers came back. Each one of them instructed the lawyer, let the imam handle. They went back to the mediation room with the mediator talking about the hay and the horses and the farms and whatever. You see how? 2 hours and a half, click. We have agreement. Brought the paper back to Mr. Mediator. We have an agreement. I'm done. Assalamu alaikum. Her lawyer ran after me now. Imam, what you did? I said, listen, man. Now I can speak freely now. I studied Islamic law overseas, but not here. But when you graduate, you have to make a pledge that to be honest with your client. And you are not honest with your client, you become greedy. They are doctors and driving this and that, a lot of money. So make it long as possible. 2 years for what? 2 years for what? 196,000 for what? He kept quiet and went back to his room. Assalamu alaikum, I'm done. And the committee celebrated and finished. We have an agreement, done, finished. Advise your community when you hear about the problem privately. Let's sit down and talk. When you tell them this way as an imam, they maybe consider your word, yes. But when you say, I'm a certified mediator, so you don't have to go to get another mediator too. So let's keep our privacy and secret within ourselves, but let's have an agreement. You're not going to get everything you want, and she's not going to get everything she wants. But we have something coming to come and finish it. We don't have to be on the media to say, we believe it now. You don't have to spend the thousands of dollars. Keep it for your children, your pocket. Give it donation. We have many refugees. We have many needy families. You can direct them different ways to open their eyes, take them out of that close circle of revenge. I'm going to crush you. I'm going to crush you too. I'm going, this is the way Iblis, Shaitan work in that. Through the very simple to say, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi Muhammad. It is less formal, and also that faster and cheaper than going through process of litigation, maybe to say. Confidential and completely optional, voluntarily, is nothing. Especially recommended in situations in which a relationship must endure beyond the point of conflict. Divorce in parents, for example. Alternative dispute resolution boasts a high level of satisfaction among participants, generally because of the control parents have over the process. What is mediation? It's a structured and confidential process. It is secret and private. And we cannot, as a mediator, we cannot speak to anybody in the community about this couple problem without their permission. Legally, you'll be responsible. If one of them heard that you said to any community member, board, president, whatever, or wife, and one of them, he or she, get to know about it, then she can sue you legally. Be careful with that. Because mediation means confidentiality, privacy, guaranteed to the couple. And that's what you do in the process. When you make the opening statement to start the mediation, you have to say, I cannot speak to anybody about, your case without your permission. So you have to confess that, to acknowledge it to them, so they feel more comfort to speak to you, whatever they have. Because they want to express, maybe that's what the caucusing about. She wants to speak to you more than what he's speaking, not in front of him or not in front of her. It's your duty as a mediator, you have to give them the time. I made the case in Seattle. And the lawyers, they were there. We spent arrived on Friday night, the whole Saturday until Sunday noon. Alhamdulillah, done, finished. And make an agreement. I spent until the midnight, Saturday night, midnight. And Sunday at noon, the lawyers, they finished. It's not your job to write the agreement. They have lawyers. Unless they don't have lawyers, you're going to have the agreement. We'll show you the form of that and what to do exactly about that. But as lawyers, your job to mediate. Mediate, that means let them come. You facilitate the negotiation within the codes, okay, to let them come to a mutual agreement between both of them, to submit it in writing now, they sign it, to submit it to the court. And they submit to the court, you are done. They have lawyers, the lawyers, their job to write it down and finish it. And you are done. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, half-day mediation, whole mediation, and each one of these periods have a fees. When I do mediation, for example, half-day, I charge $450 each party. Each party. This is the fees. This is the minimum fees, actually. Some they charge $700, $900. Some they $1,500, $200, it depends. We don't go that far, but at least you're spending all your time and you're a professional and official. And at the end, if you are going to write the agreement, that will be included too. But your time, valuable. And you have the background of religious and also civil mediation. That's what the privilege you have. That even the Americans, non-Muslim, they don't have, as mediators, they don't have your privilege of the background, religious background. Because you can speak to them about, because as a mediator, not only mediating between Muslims, you also mediate among non-Muslims. It depends on your public relationship. And that's what I encourage you when you go back to volunteer, you stay in the atmosphere of mediation even once a week or every other week or once a month at least. Okay? Then you keep in touch with the news and relationship. Public relation with the judges, you give your card to the judge. That's what I do. When we sit down in that, any meeting, any gathering, I give the judges, this is my card. They look at it, okay, refer case to me. Court order. When you hear the word court order, when you go to study mediation in a center, and it says court order mediation, when you sit down, you know that it is voluntarily they are coming to the mediation or by court order. The judge tells them go to the mediation. When you say court order, sometimes, that's why I have to have 2 flags in my office. State of Texas and United States flags. This is another image of yours. Flags. And sometimes we have tripod of the camera, because sometimes the judge asks me to record some session, especially when it comes to the child custody issues, mediating child custody issues. You want to see how the mediation took place. Sometimes, not every time, it's very rare to have, but sometimes happens. And we are ready for that. And to show that we are professionally dealing with. I didn't know these things. One time we have invited the chief police officer in our masjid. And before the chief arrived, his deputy chief arrived to the masjid to see and check everything okay. Then he asked me in my office, sitting here, this is my desk, Imam, I don't see American flag. We never pay attention to that. American flag in the masjid, I don't like that, honestly. But you turn my attention when the chief comes and see you and visits in your office, then he will feel more comfortable and feel happier. What's the problem? Islamically, we don't have any fatwa to say prohibited to have American flag on the desk in your office. So I bought small flag and put it. And the chief came, was very happy. I did that. Somebody advised you, that makes sense really. Because we want to tell them, and come and share our food, and observe our prayers, and listen to our lecture, to lecture your staff about Islam and Muslims. And we are a high educated community. Everywhere in the United States we have. We are not coming from jungle, as somebody assumed, because somebody will ask you, I'm very sure, as asked me too, you are from Lebanon, do you have big buildings? Do you drive cars? Or are you still riding camels? See, ignorance. Yes, brother. Yes. Inshallah, yes, I'll finish this, inshallah. But you can have a question, go ahead. Very simple. You know the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to say, "Ma balu ahadikum, ma balu aqwamin." You don't say specific or have a case in the community. No, absolutely not. This legally is not acceptable too. You'll be responsible. But ما بال أقوام ما بال أحدكم. يعني that's يعني indirectly. تعريض وليس تصريح. You go indirect because you want to touch a community problem. I have families, their children, they smoke marijuana. I'm not going to say this family or that child, but I say, listen, we have a problem in our community in North Texas. And it is. I'm not lying. It is because in Dallas, in Fort Worth, in Arlington, I'm talking about my community, we have these issues because drawn my attention by different sisters. And please, Imam, are you aware of this family that they have? No, but no names. And indirectly, because we have to warn the families and the parents especially, and the father more specific, because he said, I'm killing myself, working 2 shifts or 3 shifts per day to make my family enjoying their living. They need your time. In America, statistically, mentioned that, American statistics, that the parents, they spend 34 minutes per day with their children. As the children grow up more, time goes down. And now texting from room to room. You know that. Yes, brother. Yes. Maybe if they talk to you yesterday and tomorrow is a Friday and you speak about it, but if you speak about it 1 month later, also you have, والحكمة زاد المؤمن إن شاء الله. Yes.
It's really a fine problem that is not being solved. You mentioned it even if it's a month or so later on, just in general terms, that person may still feel upset with you. They do not want you to handle their case anymore.
Yeah, they have the right. You don't want me? You save me the headache and the time. Thank you very much. Jazakallah khair. I pray for you, the safety and the family and the pleasure and the success. You're not going to lose the credit. You are, as an imam, to say about myself, it's my duty to warn the community about diseases going on, phenomena going on in the community. We are not immune anymore. We used to say, this American society problems, not ours. We are Muslim different. I'm sorry, we are not. We are different when we practice our faith, yes. At home, between husband and wife, not cultural privileges. That's our challenge as imams. I see the difference between couple, because their culture says to the man, you have something, you can have the right to do this or that. But the problem when they report to the police, and the police say, Imam, we need your help. Because you speak their language and they are Muslims, you can understand them better. We need your help to help us. That's why we involved with the police department as captain member, clearly, and of what's called that, Persian Police Alliance group. So, and I do. And I tell them, please, just give satr of Allah on you, keep it on you. You don't have to call the 911. So these kind of things, but you cannot ignore them. What you're doing, you're going to keep speaking on Khutbatul Jummah about above heaven, underground. You have to deal with the social issues and challenges to our families. So no names. I didn't mention your name. Why you say that's yours? You're the only one who have this problem. Many of the community have problems. It's not only here, another community as well. So we're not addressing your community, brother, and you hug him and kiss him, whatever, the way that you have to show that I'm not really intending, I forget about your case. But we have common issues going on. It's not only one time happened, but there is a pattern going on with different families. We didn't know about it. When I address one issue, I see another brother or sister come to say, yes, we have problems too like this. How can we talk about it? Can you deal with this? Can you help me with my son, my daughter, something? A daughter wants to run away to marry non-Muslim. You cannot keep your eyes quiet and your mouth quiet. Say, we are healthy, we are happy with family Muslim. You have to say, we have issues, we have challenges as families, parents, and children. What is challenges? When you speak about challenges, I remember when I did, for example, the series of rights and duties. of husband and wife. Husband have rights and duties, and wife have rights and duties. وَلَهُنَّ مِثْلُ الَّذِي عَلَيْهِنَّ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَلِلرِّجَالِ عَلَيْهِنَّ دَرَجَةٌ. So it speak about the man first. Many brothers, Jazakallah khair, ya Shaykh. Beautiful khutbah, mashallah. God bless you. The sister duties now, and the brother rights. Then I can finish with the brothers now. 2 Fridays maybe. Another 2 Fridays with the sister rights. And what Qala Allah, Qala Rasulullah. Nothing from me and my mind. I'm nothing. Okay? But many people, they don't know. One of the cases of divorce almost came to the divorce because the wife wanted to take shower with her husband. And every time trying to enter that shower area, out, and cussing and speak bad. Imam, I have a question. Is it okay as a wife to take shower with her husband or not? I said, what's the story behind? She said, every time I tried to take shower with him, la haya fi ddin, he kicked me out and cussed me and used bad words and whatever. And this brother is very devout Muslim. And pray behind every day. Maybe at least 2 times Fajr and Isha. He's Hanafi, huh? I said, you know what? Are you better than the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? He said, no, a'udhu billah, you know. I said, the Prophet took shower. Oh, really? I said, you know, a problem solved. He loved her very much. I told the husband many times, said, brothers, we are missing a lot of goodness. just to feed your wife. All of us, we know the hadith. You know, to put in the mouth of your wife. And then this make her feel, she wants that, she likes that. Do it. Can we do that? We know about a lot on social media, maybe, than the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I'm sorry. No. All what you have here now, all what we are going to, at the end, you open your eyes not to know what can we do. And I encourage you to go further step, next step to be what next? That to register. And as in your area, if you have different number of imams, will be saving a lot of money with the center too, by the way. And for example, I have, did recently, 3 months ago, North Texas imams, I said, who would like to be mediator? And we can reduce the fees. And if we have a good number of the 20 in our center, DRS, Dispute Resolution Service Center, they said the minimum to have 20 to go outside. Otherwise, you have to come to our center. I said, if you have 20, you can do the mediation with other imams in your masjid or his masjid. They will come to your masjid to do it. So you feel very comfortable to do whatever, whether a man or woman, you have to tell that she's a woman to cover the dress code, and she applies that. You must do. But she can come to you, and then will be, professionally recognized with that as mediator. Because you, as an imam, I'm very sure you do a lot of, what's called mediations, but not officially to be recognized in the court. What I'm doing here, you do counseling. We call it counseling. You counsel a lot, and you spend a lot of time with individuals. Okay, I know. You sit in the car, you go to his house, or their house, or they come to the office. A lot of time taken from. But to organize yourself and to know that, let them, even I'm talking about the Muslim community members, to look at you with different eye now, and more respectful. Oh, you are professional. Oh, really? They say, oh, really? This kind of head movement, it is enough for you to say, I'm being more recognized than my own community. At the same time, you are guiding the community. This is one of the services you are doing to protect your community from litigation in the court and thousands of dollars wasted. Give me the money you saved in the court by our mediation here, donate it to the masjid, and give me some of this for my family too. This is a duty. You have right for that. But this will be great help and support.
You're going to help us out.
Inshallah, I can do that. We can. So the brother, when the first time I sent on the Facebook, we have 11 imams within 1 minute. They sent the message. Imam registered me, but we know what happened. We are Imam sometimes really funny. When I said the fees, they said, I'm not going to take any penny from you. I will be very honored that to be through me that to get this certification. You have to pay $550. And to them directly, then the number dropped. So, yes, brother. Yes, absolutely. That's what the woman 50-50 they talk about. Exactly. Yes. I tell her this is prohibited in your religion, as you know. If you come to the point to insist on that, there's no solution. So the mediation will end it. Okay? There's a very point from the beginning. One of the things you have to know, the issues of the mediation. What the mediation about? It's financial, and okay that. So how far you have to put your plan ahead of time, and to how you're going to negotiate this, because very common what you said, brother, about the woman to think about. And now the question will be, does she deserve that or not, by the way? Because maybe, very common now to see that the wife is a partner with her husband in his business. And she goes to the business, work with him every day. Comes with him in the morning and come back at the end of the day. We have a case, couple married in Dallas, and the father-in-law, her father, he told him, I'll give you to help you to open one tourist area in San Francisco. And then you are a smart man to take care of my daughter and enjoy your life. They become 7 stores in the Bay Area in San Francisco. They have dispute, so some way or another, she went back to Dallas and she filed the case of the divorce in Texas, Dallas court. The judge appointed me to mediate this case and to deal with it as a head of committee. I have a brother from Michigan as an imam to join me, and the husband, appointed an imam in San Francisco to be with the committee, 3 of us. And all the costs paid by both, regardless, the hotel, ticket, traveling, flying, whatever. The point is what? Is the wife a partner or an employee? He claimed that she's an employee. She said, no, I'm a partner. So as a partner, I go with him, and the court gave us the authority to subpoena, and to order every witness that the wife wants him to or her to testify. A lot of employees of his working with her, and they can testify that she's a partner, she's not an employee. You said there's an employee. Did you have any check record? Did you issue a check as you pay everybody? No. Anyway, but this kind of view as an imam now in the middle, I have to hire another lawyer for consultation. In case I need anything, I contact from San Francisco to him. What do you think I can do legally? And the court gave me the instruction where to go or not to go. But for me as an imam of a community to get involved with this was what my great honor was. See? So these kind of things that to say, you cannot take this if you have nothing to contribute. But if she's the wife, the husband paying the mortgage, the wife paying the bills, absolutely she has the right in the house now. You see what I'm saying? But if she's not, she's a queen, not doing anything, and now at the time of divorce, that she wants to take. We can tell her as a mediator, I have the right to tell her that, yes. It's not a violation. That you as a Muslimah, I know as a Muslim too, you cannot take this. Are you willing to compromise with this? For the sake to give her, he wants to take the TV and the car and the furniture, blah, blah. Can he give her that? That's how the negotiation will be taking place through the negotiation have to see. Sometimes that can work. Sometimes doesn't work. And it's not your responsibility as a mediator. You are not judges here. It is not official court hearing here. It is a mediator. You are trying to solve their issues. Works. Sometimes we spend 3 hours and there's no agreement. We say, okay, there's no agreement, so we report to the court that there is no agreement from this, so the court will decide. according to the, you don't have to say in the Quran, Allah said. You cannot say in the legal civil mediation, as a certified mediator, you cannot say Allah said so. But you can say, I believe that you cannot, because you have to play it. Because otherwise you are biased, you'll be out. A very, very sensitive. That's a very good, valid point. I cannot say the Prophet said, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, this, but I can use the hadith and the translation of the hadith without saying that the Prophet said. And that's really, but I can say, if I want to get a religious point of view, because I have this, 3 weeks ago, I have mediation in DRS, and I have another co-mediator lady, and the clients, both of them, Jehovah Witness. It was my heaven, because they're Jehovah Witness, they're religious. Okay, so I can share with them my faith too here, according to your faith. So I have to study and work a little bit when they asked me to mediate this family mediation and this to Jehovah Witness and send me the case. So I start to search about Jehovah Witness, what they have on the internet. You see how? And then I have some keys with me to play in the mediation now, according to your faith. You have this and this. Oh yeah, how do you know about this? So they've become more attached to you than the other mediator. The other mediator cannot speak religious issue. Now I have the courage to say that. I get to know that you're Jehovah Witness. But in your religion, in your faith, you cannot do this. Is that, okay, what about you? And this, how can you work it out? And how can we, And alhamdulillah, finally, it works. And they have an agreement. So you have to, but as a civil mediator, you cannot speak the religious language, bluntly like this. No, explicitly. It's not official, recognized by the state. That's what the point. You do with that, yes. Absolutely. This is a room, like your office. You can imagine. It's not really something beyond the imagination. It's just a very simple office. Have a desk, a chair. A mediation can be one against one, or group against one, or group against group, like we have as a community. The board and the imam disputing. We know that, isn't it? Yeah, brothers, we have that. Somebody in the board, not all the board, somebody in the board make it difficult for you. Criticizing, abusing, whatever, day or night, whatever. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Board, solve the problem. Sit down and get another imam, another 2 imams, or 3 imams, or 1, it depends, or group in the community, seniors, to mediate between you. Officially or not officially, but I'm saying this very common between imams and board. Or the board, BOD and BOT. Board of Directors, Board of Trustees. No problem. I dealt with in Plano. It's done already. We spent the whole year. 3 months. We shut down all the system. Have a special ad hoc committee. Give me the authority. I cannot deal with it without committee. They assigned 7 members. 8 members. Both parties agree and approve to help me. I live in Fort Worth, 1 hour, 15 minutes driving. So every Sunday I used to go there. First, I start to speak on Khutbah Jummah, my plan about the community, disputing very badly, divided very badly. Internet and emails, unbelievable things. Very severe. We stop everything. I need just the daily running, have to keep going. That's ad hoc committee job. Who have the data, you are not allowed officially to send any email to anybody or text message or anybody in the community. The current board, they are using this data. So you cannot do that. So I fired them both and put on the conditions that we cannot be re-elected for next 3 years. But we change the constitution or amend the constitution and the bylaws, running the masjid, And also that a new membership drive, we found a lot of, deceptions, false. Somebody will make an application, membership application for 10 people. You cannot do that. Have to be every member writing his own. But you cannot write 10 members because you like them to be on your side, voting. And so it took without 3 months. A new election drive. According to the Constitution, 30 days before the election day. You have to work it out. We did that. 3 years later on, they fight again. They came to my office until midnight we spent. That the deadline of nomination is finished. We would like to nominate this person. Why not? What's the problem? No. We spent about 3-4 hours and solved the problem, done, finished. So this happens in the community within all your community. Okay? And that's why I'm saying when they see you that you are professional in this field, and we can, because sometimes they go to the court. We have this Islamic tribunal. We have received a case in Dallas. In the same community, every community have a king. I don't know who's your king in your community. He's running the show. Yes, there is a board, but images, but not reality sharing. You know that. So anyway, these all issues in front of you on your table, brothers. And you cannot say, I'm going to sit only to pray 5 times a day and khutbah Jummah halaqah. I have nothing to do with that. It will be yours. And your timetable and your schedule. And you can say, I'm not going to go to anybody. You have to come to me. To the masjid or another room, because privacy, maybe you don't need anybody passing by your office seeing this husband and wife.
Yes. How do you deal with a situation if you have the husband and wife together? Maybe they come for the court time and they want to explain the problem. So when one of them starts speaking, the other immediately rebuts. If the other one speaks, then the second one rebuts. Meaning they're fast talking. How do you control a situation like that?
Wallahi, to have from the beginning in the mediation process, the opening statement says, you have to ask them a question. You are here, all of you, both of you coming here, whether both individual, both parties, you are coming with the niyyah, with the intention to solve your issues and disputes. Is it right? If one of them said no, but because the court ordered me to come, I have to come. So you cannot do anything from the beginning. Say, I'm sorry. Are you willing to continue with this? Whether we have, let's try. You have to be soft, you have to be tender, and if they're convinced, and okay, let's try. Maybe it will work. Why not? If you are really convinced, but can you give us the chance, all of us, to sit down and, especially about family issues, maybe to say. Okay, so to save the children, to touch a different an angle and more soft, and especially for the wife. Most of the wife, all the time, the wife is the one refusing because she goes to the American system, believe in the system and judge, not mediation. So this is up to you how your quality.
I found specifically about when the two of them start to argue with each other in front of you.
They do not argue, and they cannot argue without your permission. This is your agenda. You have to tell, you have the time to speak. That's the opening statement, to say the ground rules. To say each one of you will speak for 20 minutes, and who's the petitioner, who's the respondent. من المدعي ومن المدعى عليه. المدعي طبعا هو الذي يبدأ, to start the beginning, and then مدعى عليه to respond. That's okay. So you have to organize the meeting. You are the one in charge of the meeting. If somebody try to break it down, or one way to say, I'm sorry, I withdraw myself now as a mediator. I cannot continue with you. You have the right. We can try another time. Now you have to cool down. Can you get rest little, maybe for 5 minutes, and then come back? You have your own way. And whatever you say, they have to follow. They cannot say no. Even they come voluntarily to your mediation, and you have to confirm you come voluntarily, not by court order, but we are coming to work together here. I'm not here part of that. This very important message we heard as a student learning mediation. All the time, different subject, different professor, they said, you are not part of the problem. We got emotional. Please remember this statement again from me too and to you, because this really opened my eyes to think, because we got emotional involved. Don't get involved. It's not your problem. Stay outside. Because at the moment you get involved, she's going to see you in his side. She's really already have that stereotyping things. Or Oh, you're in favor of women, brother, because you're supporting women freedom, equality. What? He's going to accuse you. And the easy they can accuse you. They respected you in the beginning, but through the discussion, hot discussion, that's what's called divorce war. Okay? They want to, especially if he's the problem. And most of the time, he's the problem. He wants to hang his problem on somebody else, not his own. I'm not the problem. Now, Imam, you are the problem now. I'm the problem? So put you in defensive way. From the beginning, I'm not part of. That's what the statement will be said. I'm not part of your dispute here. I'm coming here to help you to solve your problem here. If you can allow me to.
Now I understand that theoretically, in principle, yes.
Yes.
But when you're listening to him, and you see in your mind you're formulating, well, just injustice is being done, and you know clearly it is coming from one party to the other. Injustice is being done by one against the other.
Mm-hmm.
How do you really remain?
You are not the judge. You are da'i here. Too much different. Don't be judge. Stay da'i, only da'i, inshallah. Mediator. Stay on the side. Otherwise, you lose. Yes.
Have you quit what is your feeling?
Not quitting, but I found after 1 hour, 2 hours, even in the center, mediation center, that we talk, me and the other mediator, because we leave them, we say, let's get 5 minutes rest, okay, then we go to our room, because from time to time you have to talk to your co-mediator. What the strategic plan, can we change this? I see different, we have new information or something, whatever. We talk to each other. Do you see any hope? No, I don't see any hope. Me too. So let's finish it. We come back to the room. Anything can be worked out and put back again what we think that can work. Because somebody asking about, she's asking $80,000. He said, I will pay you $5,000. Not going to work. But $85,000, he was willing to go down to 50. And she, you know what I'm saying? She's asking too high and got down. She agreed to come to the 50,000. I'm going to pay 4,000, brother. Can I do that? Okay, I'm willing to pay 30,000. Huh? We can work it out. No, it can be one, and I'm going to show you videos. Have 1 or 2. And I want to listen to that, will be inshallah. Then will be, let's go with the batna. That's the meaning of batna. Best alternative to a negotiated agreement. When we are discussing, yes, brother. It's not your, as we said, it's not your problem. You try your best to draw the line between them. Maybe they don't have the line. Because, especially when they have children, the issue is not going to end because they're going to see the issue of their visitation rights. Maybe it will be violated one way or another. She's not going to report to the court everything because it's costing money and also headache and time and whatever. So the point is, depend the couple, are they really willing to solve it? And work it out, every detail, more details, by the way, that's a very good point. When you make an agreement between husband and wife, and mediate about potential agreement, more details, less headache. For example, to say, okay, I will visit you whenever I want. I would like to visit my children. Anytime you want, she will say. This is a wrong message. Because anytime you want, after the divorce done and finished, you are going to have a new life, and he's going to have a new life, and you're his wife, her husband. Maybe doesn't like the time anytime. And it's not right to do it. So make a specific day and time. From this Sunday, I take the children, you take the children Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday drop them to school. I pick them from the school, stay with me Friday afternoon, Saturday, whole Saturday, until Sunday, you pick them from the Islamic school in the masjid. This is how the way. Now, set up the live, you see, violation to that. Okay, so the same thing when it comes to the counseling and talking about where to draw the line. The line is mean we have a specific point. You have to have a line, clear. Some areas it is vague, cloudy, it cannot be clear. And you cannot do anything about it to stay, but you try to say, let them, it's been our point here, and as a mediator, to let them speak. You say the rules and regulations, okay, what the problem, tell me about it. What about? You give maybe one question or one point, why, how would you like to, but they are the one giving the information. And that's what your facilitation and the roller to play here, that I need more info, give me more, I don't know, a lot of information. So let them get the information. As a counselor, this is another privilege to have. But as Muslim talking background, as imams, and to be mediator now, yes, you have to dedicate the time. Usually as imam, a lady will come to talk to the phone or call you or come to the office. You have maybe 15, 20 minutes, maybe to say maximum half an hour, but you don't have time to spend 3 hours with her or with him or both, because you have other duties to take care of. So that's we say, go to the other person, maybe other imam, he's a mediator or he's whatever. In your position now, you can have your own office after the time of the masjid, for example. It's up to you. I don't know how this really, but I want you to open your eyes. This is very great privilege that to be the mediator here. And some mistake in the printing here. Okay. The alternatives. What the alternatives? In your mind all the time. What the other options? Because when the people, they have problems, they look through one window. It's your job as a mediator in very simple language to open different windows for them. And let them see the problem from different aspects, not only one way. This is a very important point that to see. And also that you have the ability, anytime, any one of them have the ability to walk away. Say, I don't want to continue with this. You cannot force them to stay. Voluntarily they are coming. Even they pay the fees, but you are not obliged to pay back the fees anyway. No, because you tell them from the beginning, this is my condition, that if you, because you dedicate your time and you prepare everything you have for them, and then you say, unless it starts from the beginning, just enter, sit down, I don't like it from the beginning, that's absolutely did nothing. But after doing the service, I mean, getting involved, and this, absolutely.
I'm not talking about the fees, I'm talking about the case by itself. I couldn't resolve the problem.
You don't feel guilty, no.
Yeah.
It's not your problem again.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to solve it. They want one of them to solve it through the court. And many, I have a case, 2 weeks ago, downtown Fort Worth Court, I have to testify about lottery ticket. I have a case that the husband, brother, her brother-in-law, okay, put him and his brother, husband of this lady, in account. And this brother doesn't eat haram. The other brother doesn't care about the haram. He got the lottery ticket, $100,000. He won. And this husband and his wife fighting in the court. And she said, I need the $50,000 of this $100,000. Can you imagine? The judge woman and his lawyer asked me to appear in the court to testify this is money haram. Now in America here, somebody refusing to take $100,000. Is that normal in America? You are insane, you are crazy. So what's haram? What's the prohibited issue? So to the judge, doesn't make sense. So what do you mean prohibited? You see? It's gambling. So invited me to go, okay. And then we spent 4 hours and a half. I had to charge this man lawyer $500 for my time. And I only have 15, 20 minutes sitting in the box. The judge woman, she said, what is prohibited issues? Is this really gambling? And what is prohibited? I know that I have to go to the Bible, and in the Bible, it is prohibited, also gambling is prohibited. And I know this judge, she's dedicated religious person and a Christian committed Baptist, and you see. So I said, yes. So, but the judge got confused. The man, the husband is Muslim, but the wife is a Muslim too? Yes. To her now, he's a Muslim, doesn't want to take the $100,000. Crazy. Okay, but she wants that. So what do you mean by that? You see how? She's Muslim and he's Muslim. What makes the difference between husband and wife? He doesn't want to take the money haram. She wants to take it. So the judge doesn't know. I said the same thing. We have some people, Your Honor, they go to the church, Bible class, Wednesday and Friday, and go on Sunday service. Some, they don't go to the church at all, still Christian, is it right? Yeah, I got your point now. You see something? I said she is ordered as Muslimah to wear hijab. She's not wearing hijab. Head cover. I said, you as a Christian now in the Bible, book of Deuteronomy, 2 pages of head of man, head of woman, Jesus said you must cover the... So some apply, some not. But the Muslim country, this and that, they do programs. I said, yes, the judge said. I said, because in Muslim country, our government appointed them, and they follow secular system, and they are killing the Muslims, and they want Islam to rule anyway. So now she understood the game. You see what the point here? That's haram, because this is a very common issue in the mind. You as a Muslim, what's the difference between you and the other one? I want to go to the point that, example, forget about the example, the issue. You have the presentation already, you can deal with that, inshallah. Okay, and but remember, the batna is, what is the best alternative to negotiated agreement? You're negotiating the agreement, what the best, when this blocked, what the other alternatives? You have to create the alternative for the two clients to help them to solve their issue and reach an agreement. What the other alternative? For example, one of the issues you used to a scary tactic to say, if the both, they are not reaching an agreement, now here to can play, بالعربي نهدم عليها حيطان خوفها يعني خوفه, to scare them both. Are you willing to pay the lawyer these fees and the court fees and let the judge decide, and may lose, may win? While here you can decide, and you know yourself what you can decide, and save the time and headache and your lawyer time and money. And you see the alternative. You give her this in a way that scary. Are you willing to go through that process? Some of them, they say yes. Yes, I'm willing to. I'm willing to pay. Just I want to show him. It's not. Then again, you want to show him, or because you have to satisfy yourself, or do you accept the concept? Can you? And you have to suggest whatever the amount, or the number, or the property. Can I suggest to give you that? Suggest. I suggest all the time. Suggest. You cannot say why not to do this. You cannot do that. Say that. Why may I suggest if you take this and leave him this, and he will give you that? You have to play. And that's alternative. Sometimes click and work. Most of the time, not sometimes, because they don't see it. They have it, but don't see it. Now we have this caucus issue. This is the separation means of the parties. In Arab way, that sometimes you see the wife came with her husband, with her brother, her father, and the whole tribe, and he came from Dubai, he came from Australia, came from London, and he's the same. You as a mediator, you are the one who running the show. You say, all of you, please sit in the separate room and the extra room, whatever, in the lobby, whatever, but only them to stay. They cannot force you in counseling maybe, or as imam in the office, if they can be there, you cannot kick them out. But as a certified mediator now, as an official, they are the parties disputing, not all of them. Unless they are part of the dispute, different issue. But very common that I want to see, I want to support, we support outside, not here. Maybe we need you to testify as witnesses, maybe, to help. That's a different story. Also that maybe each party, you want to give them, you have to give them time to consult with their lawyers. You don't have to bring the lawyers with you. You can tell them, don't have to bring the lawyer, and the lawyer to come to you and spend the whole day with you, thousands of dollars. Why not to save it to consultation only? It's your right to consult your lawyer with your lawyer during the session. Before you agree, I would like to consult with my lawyer or my father or whoever. Yes. At that time, you have all of you to get out. You cannot stay with one side. This is one of the rules. You cannot sit in the same room, in your office, whatever, with one side staying there. You have to say, you want to stay here, the other want to leave, I have to go outside. So the bias issue, not to be biased. Not to say, others to say, why you stay with them? They are talking to each other about what? I'm not going to trust him anymore. We don't want to lose that trust. All of them in the same room, if they accept both of them. If not, caucusing. Caucusing means that we have to caucus. In the beginning, you speak about the rules and regulations and everything, and the introduction and opening statement from the beginning for both of them there. Then you have to say within this statement of opening statement that maybe during the process we have to caucus. That means I have to caucus with you alone. I have to caucus with you alone. It means I have to speak with you alone, not with the other party there. So there is another room. At that time of caucusing, may I ask you, depend the discussion to say, can I ask you to go now to the other room there, ready for it. You have to prepare another room. When it comes to the preparation session, what to prepare what? One of them, the room, extra room for the caucusing, in case the hot debate and discussion come to the point, no way that continue. And you want to solve the problem. They cannot do it this way. I'll talk to you separately. Sometimes the client, they want to talk to you in private, something to give you some keys of information that he cannot see in front of the other party. So you have this you cannot use it, to tell them, he told me or she told me. No, you cannot do that. This is one of the rules. But you can use this information to help you to solve and bring the alternatives to solve the problem. I'm only family mediator, I'm business. Not children mediator. Children mediator, we have to go. I'm sorry again? No. Not really a official do nikah ceremony. But in the problem, no, I didn't face that. Even when it comes to me, I would say I cannot deal with this. I cannot handle it. It's not my profession area that, so you can go to somebody else. Because I deal only with the adults and families or business dispute.
The wife asked to have some time with you. And is it okay to tell the husband to go to other room? How to handle this situation?
In the caucus and mediation?
Yes.
That's what the caucusing.
Now,
We are discussing.
from the point of the start,
Hmm.
you will sit with the wife by yourself in the same room
Uh-huh.
for her privacy.
Okay.
How to, I know it's difficult. Sometimes we really put ourselves in the situation. According to the Sharia, you cannot sit with the woman by yourself and even, to close the door, to get her more privacy to speak up what she has. But on the other hand, really, I know it's complicated.
Yeah.
How to deal with this? How to tell the husband to go to other room
Yes.
for a while because, and the shaitan will start, whispering and why you would like to sit with my wife by yourself. And
Yes.
do you understand that
Yes.
the point?
Yes. But basically, we said that a time will come through the mediation to caucus means we cannot continue together like this, so we have to go a separate discussion. I need to talk to you alone, and I need to talk to you alone. So they both now they heard you, and they understood that this is the process. So there is another room ready for the husband or the wife. It depends which one you want to start with, and where to go. You can do the same in the room here, or you have to go to his room first. It depends which one first. But going back to the lady issue, that it's not next door standing outside. So you can keep the door open and whisper to her, and she can talk to you, and it's not really, going to be violation to the Islamic code of conduct, you see, basically. Or you choose a hall, I don't know, the masjid facility, but there is a conference room. Sit down there, I'm sitting here. What's the problem with that? It's not really going to.
Yes, our lawyer has told us that not just sitting alone with a woman, which of course mechanically the problem with that, but even with a child alone these days you can have, a bad report can be made about you and so on, right? So in order to avoid a situation like that, you can have glass doors, and this is what we did. You have glass doors see-through. But they can't hear you, they can see that nothing inappropriate is happening.
Yes. Or to have another with you.
Or to have a,
Exactly. Maybe the child, it depends the case, whether the mother or the father will be with you. So that's a very good point, actually, to protect yourself. Yes.
but sometimes you need to keep the child alone, even without the parent.
Yes.
Especially if it's a dispute between the child
Yes.
and the parent.
Maybe if they have different children, another child maybe let the child to be two instead of one. So you have to read the surroundings to deal with it and to protect yourself. And that was you have best way.
Ask you, because most of us have the same situation.
Absolutely, yes.
And just we ask to, help
Yes.
one another how to deal with some situation.
Yes, absolutely, yes. Yes.
You say that it's not your problem as a mediator. It's their problem. They need to solve it, right?
Yes.
So you're trying to help them to find a solution without actually being involved in it yourself. Now, how does it relate to the ayah which says, "In yurida islahan yuwaqqiq Allahu
Bainahum.
in yurida," referring to the mediators and not necessarily to the couple. In yurida,
Yes.
that is, if the
Or-
al-hakaman,
Or the arbitrator.
the arbitrators,
Yes.
yeah?
Yes.
So how do you relate it to that ayah?
No, it's very clear. I mean, that's the point. We want to try to protect yourself because you don't want this happened to me. You don't want any one of them to go outside after you finish, whether successful or failed mediation, to go to the community and fabricate things against you. You don't want that. Sometimes happen. Sometimes happen.
What I'm talking about is
You know.
the intention of the hakam.
Yes.
He has the one, the stolen. He has the one.
Yes. That's what's in the beginning of the mediation, the intention to be. But if both of them maybe have a case in the court, came to you, or maybe themselves, their mind set it in the way that we are going, because we have to come here, but I'm not going to finish it here. I believe in the finish the court. You cannot work it out, so we have to waste the time and the money. It's up to, you can read it really from the beginning. Very common. The majority of those who come to the mediation, they are willing to solve it and save money. But it depends the mediator, how he look like, how he's going to handle it, how to deal with them, how he's going to get involved too much with this, or how to stand outside. This is very, but we have the privilege. You as Imams, you have the privilege of the background of Quran and Sunnah, alhamdulillah. It's beautiful that many other Americans, mediators, they don't have this privilege. They have only civil mediator. They are mediators. But the privilege you speak, as we said in the beginning, that you can flavor it with the Islamic touching and verses or a hadith without saying this is what Islam said. Because you are not here as Muslim to look at, you are looked at a mediator, certified mediator. Now here, we come to the conclusion. Yes. Yes. I'm talking Muslims. If a Muslim as a mediator and you're handling the mediation as a civil mediation, it means the couple, what they did, they came to you by court order or voluntarily, they instructed their lawyers we need to go to Sheikh so-and-so to mediate our case. He's a certified mediator too. Okay. So they came to you by their wish and their will and consent and acknowledge and approval. Then still, as a civil mediator, I'm talking about here, all of us talk about civil mediation, not really, because journalists, you are dealing with it every day. Okay? But to be recognized by the state and the court, your work at the end of the mediation, that to be this agreement and this agreement in writing to be submitted to the judge, and he will take it as is. He's obliged to listen to you. You see what I'm saying? So you have to avoid what can nullify your efforts or cloud your efforts and doubt your effort. We don't want that. So to say what you believe in, but you don't have to say, that's what my religion told me to say to you. No. This is absolute hikmah. وَمَنْ يُؤْتَ الْحِكْمَةَ فَقَدْ أُوتِيَ خَيْرًا كَثِيرًا. I know that your religion says. You are not imposing as an imam here. As a mediator, you have to protect yourself and protect your line. They know you are imam. But here I'm not as an imam. I'm here as an imam, as a privilege, also an honor to be with you and mediate your case. Also that as a certified civil mediation. And that's what the rules you have to follow from the beginning. You cannot say in the beginning, in front of them, loudly say, Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulullah wa ba'd. Ayyuha alladhina amanu taqullaha haqqa tuqatih. You cannot say that. Within yourself, you can say before you start. Allah alam, yes, brother. Within 2 hours and a half, 3 hours maximum. No, open time. That's a very valid point. 2 hours and a half or 3 hours maximum. You have to see through the discussion, we have a hope or there is no hope. Okay? There is no hope to resolve this problem, so let's go back to your, please sign here, finish it, and wrap it up. Assalamu alaikum, done, finish. Now you can say Assalamu alaikum. That's okay. As an imam. Okay? But unfortunately, this we didn't have conclusion, didn't come to the agreement. But 3 hours maximum. That's a half day. Unless they ask, they are talking about, but maybe something happened that didn't bring with them evidences to disclose it in the mediation. Because in the mediation, they can say, listen, he gave me this, and he wrote a letter. As a mediator, you have to look at it. So what do you think about it? She has an evidence. If she presents to the court, the judge is going to rule for her, so why not to close you down, give her something. You know what I'm saying? So, but this 3 hours, we can see clearly that it's not going to work, it's not going to work. You know, we have that happen, and this lady, my mediator, she said, what do you think? I said, there's no hope. You spend 3 hours and 10 minutes. I said, I don't see any window, because they are too far. Even Jehovah's Witness, I'm talking about this Jehovah's Witness case. Okay? Even Jehovah's Witness, but she becomes too much greedy in a way. It's not the issue of the money or the property she wants to get, but she wants to crush him. Because what he did to her, he cheated with another lady. That's the dignity. It's not only issue of money issue. Sometimes the issue covered with the money in front of the line, but behind a lot of emotions and sufferings and pain. I'm being faithful to this marriage. I gave my life. Now you go children. What's wrong with me? What's wrong? A lot of issues. You don't have to get involved with this. You're not social worker here, but at least you understand the problem that she's not going to. We have a husband, he offered his wife $100,000 and take the whole house. $100,000 cash and the whole house and brand new car, minivan, brand new. I will pay for it and take it. But keep yourself in the marriage. We have 5 children. She said, no. I don't want any penny from you. She didn't get any penny. The opposite of what we expect. But because you have dignity. Because he was cheating behind somebody and he said, my wife is sick. I'm sick. You are sick in your mind. Or just to start to say this. And I'm sick. I'm having. She wants to get involved. I said, stop here. I know what you're going to say now. because you want to get, I'm having sex with him, everything. I said, no, stop here. I don't want to listen. So I want to prove that I'm available to you. So why you go to there? And she has the right to say whatever she wants. Yes, I don't want to get, I have the right to say, I don't want to listen to that, please. I understand what you want to talk about. What do you want to talk about? I said, it's a private thing. Yes, I don't want to listen to that. I said, okay, you have to wrap it in a way, but stop here. Yeah, I don't want to bring myself to listen to this. You have the right to. I got your point. You want to prove to me a point. I got your point. So I want to make sure that I got the point. What do you want to speak about? I'll speak this way. Oh, no, yeah, that's true. I want to speak about that thing. No, I don't want to listen to that. But what about you? Jump directly to another point, not to give a gap. This is a really very psychological game. Sometimes you have to work it out. But you as Imam, I mean, all the time, I have no doubt about it. بفضل الله عز وجل عليكم جميعا, and you have كلام Allah with you. You can use a lot of verses, a lot of hadith of the Prophet ﷺ and his life with his wives and the Sahaba and the stories, and you can use it in your civil mediation without claiming it. And that's how the benefit, because let me tell you this, at the end of the mediation, when you solve this problem and they have an agreement and they sign it and send it to the judge, it is a public record. And who's the mediator? Sheikh al-Fulani. That's you. Absolutely. The mediation centers, they will send you to request from you to attend their mediation in their center, which is another door for you. It's not volunteering there. You volunteer here maybe, but not all of them, they volunteer, no. Then you have to charge them the fees. But your name, mainly as a Muslim leader to a community, you are helping and solving the problems of the civilians. Not only Muslims, but regular non-Muslim American citizens of your city. And that's the community image, an Islamic faith image. Not to you. You deal, it depends on how you're dealing with. If they come to you directly, then you have to prepare, yes. I have forms, mediation agreement to sign. When I did in Seattle on Skype, I sent them the information. And this is in California, I'm sorry. In Seattle, the same, before I go in there, I asked the lawyers to submit a brief about. So they're dealing with you directly, different than the court to appoint you. If the court appoint you or the center appoint you, then they deal with the centers. And they sign the form or whatever they have. But to you directly, if somebody comes to me, would like you to mediate our dispute, the Sheikh, okay, this is the form, you sign it. 2 pages to sign, to acknowledge everything and the rules and regulations, and listen and abide to, okay? And you confirm it when I come to meet with you. You voluntarily came to me and you submitted this form and you signed it. Is that true? To confirm that? Yes. You confirm that too again, you signed too, yes. So both agreed to me that too. Because one of the opening statements to say the phrase, do you think that I am biased to any one of you? Because maybe you know the husband. Maybe you know the wife to talk to you, whatever that depends. Or they both invited you to dinner to their home. You don't want to risk any part of the mediation when you start to deal with it, because it's easy to jump. Oh, because he gave you the chicken good dinner, whatever, then he took you to that restaurant. No. You see, no. Somebody will try to do that. Play the game. Put you in defensive way. I'm not going to be in defensive way, but this is the form you accepted, you submitted. But do you think that I'm going to be biased to any one of you or against any one of you? No, we trust you, Imam, with this one. Okay, alhamdulillah. Let's go next. In the process of here now, easy way or the hard way to go. Hard way means go to the court, litigate the case, hire lawyers and pay the fees and pay the thousands of dollars. Or easy way, finish it today. This arbitration now, we come to the point, the arbitration, and I gave you a paper about the arbitration. I think that's what Brother Sadiq is supposed to give you. Is it right? That's what he's supposed to give you a print. the copies for that, for the arbitration. We'll discuss the arbitration, inshallah, in details. We have something that's called Islamic Tribunal. Islamic Tribunal, you have that? Jazakallah khair. Islamic Tribunal, or IT, or Al-Mahkama Al-Shar'iyya, it is registered in the state of Texas. And I want you to know this because somebody sued us from New Jersey. And, I'm sorry? What the news? No, I don't know what happened. No, it's not the news. Because we have an agreement. We settled that, an agreement, because, you know, as we say, قاعدة الشرعية ضابط الشرعي في الموضوع يعني لا يزال الضرر بضرر مثله أو بأكثر منه. You don't remove the harm from equal harm or more harm than what you have. So, not mediation, Islamic Tribunal. I'm not aware of. This is a different story. This the mediation for all the slides, yes. But this one here, the Islamic Tribunal here. This one. They have it already? Oh, okay. Alhamdulillah. I don't know. Let's see. Have it. Okay. Okay. So we have copies if somebody interested. But the Islamic Tribunal, this is founded when we have Imam of Richardson, Sheikh Yusuf, Dr. Yusuf Kavaji, whose daughter Marwa Kavaji, the one who won the seat in the parliament in Turkey. If you remember, when she entered the Turkey parliament with hijab, and everyone started to bomb on the table, and this get out, and they took her nationality. She's not Turkish anymore. And she came to Chicago here. Her father, Imam Richardson, was there. He came to our community in 1989. I came in 1982. So he became part, we established Council of Masajid of North Texas and Council of Imams and Fiqh Committee. 3 institute in North Texas for serving the community. So I became a member, so start to talk to each other. Then in 1992, I established a so-called Islamic Court. I brought a lawyer, his name Khalid Hamida, and Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So we established that, but didn't work for more than 3 years because the one who was in charge, he went. He left the area, so we missed him a lot. We could not continue without him. So the issue became almost dead. Anyway, that's, I think we don't have it here. Somewhere. Allahu Alam. And this happened down here. What's with me? Allahu Alam. Anyway. Then we maybe to say re-established so-called Islamic Tribunal. It is registered in the state of Texas, and this committee of 3 imams, remember Sheikh Ahmad Abu Saif was the latest one. In this case, I'm talking about the suing. Me and Dr. Sheikh Ahmad Abu Saif and Dr. Tahir is a paralegal, almost to be lawyer. He worked in the firm in Dallas. So they are the office who registered this Islamic Tribunal. The point we have, a wife, let's speak. Have a wife, married this person from Texas here, married this person from New Jersey, for 5 months only. This is a case for you, you can judge it. 5 months, she's a very professional lady, a virgin, never married before. He's married before, have a son in New York. And she have a big family in Arlington, city of Arlington, Texas. And she left everything and moved with him to New Jersey. And his salary more than $130,000 annually. He worked for the government. I don't know what the position. Professional. But there was no stability in the marriage. his family in New Jersey. Let's go to Washington, D.C. 2 months, let's move. We have a project to go to Philadelphia. 3 months, find a job. Then quit the job. Let's go back to New Jersey. Within 5 months only, marriage. Survived. When they were in Philadelphia, all the costs paid. The hotel, this is company, I don't know, work for the government, project, whatever, paying everything for him. Rental car, hotel, and everything, food. But he did not took his wife one time even to any restaurant outside of the hotel. You know, every hotel they have, what they call it, the breakfast. What they call it that in the morning? Continental breakfast, Jazakallah khair. Continental breakfast. Take the plate to the room. That's it. Let's go outside. Whatever unbelievable stories to say details, but let's go back to my family. Quit the job. Just start the job. Let's go back to the family. Went to visit home, stayed the whole day at home, and nobody from the family respects her. She claimed that in front of him, he didn't deny. We have the right to do so, he said. What? Anyway, then her cousin to marry back to Texas. Let me go back to Texas. He refused. Until her uncle, he called him to say, and all this recorded, all these discussions and calls recorded. We have listened to her, to these recordings as a committee of arbitration, Islamic Tribunal. The uncle said, I'm willing to pay her ticket, okay, to stay 1 week, little more, you know, just as cousin to being away from each other. Only 1 week, okay. Came back, she came to Texas, and they never heard anything about her. It was the first time to tell them everything on the table, and I'm not going to go back. Even the money she got from the school teaching, he took it. Not spending, not taking care of, and what's going on here? Anyway, so not to go back, another uncle called, I need my wife back. I need my wife back. All this recorded, voice recorded. But let's sit down and talk. I'll pay you the ticket, come and let's sit down and solve the problem. No, I need my wife back. I need my wife. I have the right for my wife to go back. I told you 1 week. Told me 10 days. It's not acceptable, you know. This is how we wait. She went to different mashayikh in the area. We got their testimonies. From the Sheikh Rajaz, and the Sheikh Muhammad, and all this. No. Okay. And didn't work. And all of them, they confessed that there is something wrong with this man. Anyway, she refused to go back. Finish it. I'm not going to finish. She applied at the Islamic Tribunal. It took with us a year and 3 months. Communication and talking and here and there, and it didn't work. He came to our hearing. We set up ahead of time, we arranged it. He came here. And he said, and he confessed that I have the right to say whatever I want. I say to do whatever I want. She have no right to say. She have no right. There's misconception about rights and duties. But she's insisting on divorce. She's not going to go back to you. So what do you want to do? No, I'm not going to divorce you. I want my wife back. Take her back. You'd like to go with him? No, I don't want to go with you. I said, she's educated. She's not ignorant. Not to know what she's going to do. And talk to her family. You are here. No, I don't want to talk to anybody. Anyway, we issued, after we consulted Dr. Salah Sawi here, Sheikh Man and other, AMJA, and alhamdulillah, we are not, they gave us their input. We gave them the case also that to share decision. And then finally, we issued any case we decree will be in writing and will be also explaining what and based on what the decision made. So that decree now, he took it and he sued us in the court, in the Supreme Court, actually, of Texas here, that this arbitration committee, they are claiming. And he accused Sheikh Ahmed Abu Saif, he does know how to speak English. Even the session we made with him was in Arabic. You see I'm saying? That claim in front of those who have no idea, he does not speak English. So what does this mean? How they decided this case? Yeah, when we sat with them, I have to sit with 9 members of the Supreme Court to give us a chance to defend ourselves. Me and Dr. Tahar, we went there in a meeting downtown Dallas. Okay? And to explain to them, this is an Islamic divorce, nothing else. What the Americans, they have, misconception. That's what caused those idiots to bring their guns to the borders of the Masjid of Irving. M16s and guns, carrying their guns, you know? Third Amendment or Fifth Amendment, whatever the amendment is. I told the police officer, how dare they have the right to scare our community? And it was on TV, that lady with her child coming to the masjid, when she saw the gun went back, it was on the camera, Channel 8, ABC TV channel, local channel. Have the right to scare every Muslim there. What about if, because we instructed the community in Irving especially, and Dallas Richardson, because they did the same thing with the guns, do not irritate them, do not let them go too far. Don't carry guns too. I said to the officer and the chief police, when I had a meeting with him, I said, what do you think if we tell the Muslims, carry guns inside of your property, they're on the borders of the masjid, the parking lot area. Is that Fifth Amendment or Third Amendment will be, look at the Muslim will be terrorists. They have the right to carry guns. Fifth Amendment, Third Amendment. What about this? They have no rights? Doesn't make sense. You see what I'm saying? Why? Because knowledge is not there. So we are registered in the state of Texas, and this committee issued this. And telling that we are claiming that we are not, something that we don't have the right to claim that. No, we have the right to claim. And this only Islamic divorce has nothing to do on replacing civil divorce. It is Sharia or not Sharia, we're not Sharia replacing invading Texas. We are not invading Texas, we're not invading anywhere. This is only Islamic divorce. Muslim married Islamic way have to divorce Islamic way too. The civil divorce will not replace the religious divorce, and the religious not replace the civil divorce. Because you need the civil and the religious and the civil. Because she cannot marry another husband, or he cannot marry another wife, because it will be polygamy. تعدد الزوجات في Texas is prohibited. So because in the record, the civil record, he's not divorced. So she have to apply for divorce. She applied that. Yes, she got that. Okay. Now the question will come to you, respected Imams. When you have a case, don't be scared, by the way. I speak to the judges and the lawyers and all these years, when you have mediation, that dinner or that award or that meeting, we discuss everything. Officially, very high respected, very highly. They understand. But those who are not understanding, the ignorant, you have to deal with and to explain to them. So the point is really here that we have a constitution, we have a policy, we have a form of registration, and we have record. We record every session of any hearing. We have a camera, tripod there, recording when they open the session, when we start the hearing, 1 hour, 2 hours, whatever, then shut it down, we have it. And we submit it to the lawyer. We have to hire a lawyer. And that's what we did when it comes to the settlement. We find out this is the first time experience to go through this. And I'll tell you this, so to be aware of. We found out that really, he sued us, he needed $100,000. He didn't pay any penny, by the way. His wife paid $600. She paid $600 because we didn't intend to make business from him, but to solve the problems. And also that to cover the gas at least, and but $200, $600. That's it. But work 1 year and 3 months in this case. Can you imagine how long? Now time. Yes. If the man just signed, I'm finished. Assalamu alaikum. 15 minutes. This is not the issue here. He wants to teach us that he cannot divorce my wife without my signature. He came. She doesn't want. It's not up to her to Islamic. We have Islamic divorce here. The husband has the right to do, unless also we have sometimes when you do aqd nikah, maybe sometimes we see the father of the bride will say, I would like Imam to have my daughter to have the right to divorce herself from him. تفويض الزوجة بطلاق نفسها. So, but this really have to be written in the document. We used to have verbal things, but this happened also that to be aware of when your eyes, please do not make any official agreement verbally, everything documented and written down. Especially if connected your signature to that. When your signature is there, make yourself to protect yourself first. We are learning through the process. Our intention was good to start the Islamic tribunal to help with this. Now, we are going to, that's what the settlement, we came to the settlement because the lawyer, he said, give me $10,000, even Muslim lawyer. We asked the Muslim lawyer first, no names. We need your help, give me $10,000. We need your advice. Brother, you know me long time. I'm been in the area in 82. I know your father, rahmatullah, before he died. So, we know each other. You cannot serve us. And you are the one who helped us in the first time court registration. You cannot help me here? Give me, I don't have time. Unfortunately, you discover the nature now. Then, so we have to have the $10,000. And the lawyer we hired, professional in this kind of field, because have special kind of claiming that they are claiming something. They are not. So we have to hire that lawyer in Rockwell, Texas, from Fort Worth, 1 hour and 15 minutes to drive. He said, give me $5,000 down payment. We got it from somebody from the community, give us $5,000. We don't have the money. No papers, you are not responsible. He acknowledged that. He acknowledged that. Means I divorced my wife. Please document this. Authenticate it. Okay. I'm sorry, what do you mean nothing? She not approve, disapprove? Okay. Okay. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm very happy to hear this. I'm very honored to hear this experience. We don't have that in Texas. Let me tell you. No. We are invited to Austin 2 years ago. They brought rabbi from New York, bishop from Colorado. And that's what I have printed in your document here. Yes, that's what I want you to be aware of. And me to speak about our tribunals. They know that Jewish tribunal. You know, by the way, when I asked the rabbi, we were sitting on the round table in Austin, the capital of Texas, the Bible Belt state, you know, all of you. Okay? We were invited very respectfully, very officially to address 48 to 52 legislative body members, including senators and Congress and staff, under the seminar called Foreign Law Seminar. And it is in the media, on social media, you can see that. But they invited them to speak, and they know. And I asked the Jewish rabbi, what do you call this your tribunal? It's called Beit Haq, Beit Din, or something. I said, this is our language. It's been what in English? the house of justice. What? This is our language. So these legislative body members and the Senate and all the officials, they want to see, are we, the three Jewish, Christian, Muslims, tribunals, are we imposing ourselves upon the community, or really we are serving the community members? That's what they want to know. So we submitted a lot of papers, and it included the paper I gave you. This is the same paper I submitted to them, by the way, to distribute to all of them. And it was distributed, and they have a lot of, they know about Jewish, they know about the Christian, but they have no idea about the Muslim tribunal, what the Muslim Sharia, all those. So explain to them a lot of questions raised in among the attendees, and unbelievable when we finished. And by the way, one of the guest speakers was a judge, Honorable Denise Garcia. She's in family court in Dallas until now. Okay? When she was speaking on the podium, she said the Muslims believe. Pay attention to this statement. This is a judge. It means very dangerous understanding as a judge to rule, especially when it comes to deal with the Muslims. She said the Muslims believe that the wife is the property of the husband. What the Muslim believe? The wife is the property of the husband. That's what the guy said. And she was speaking. I was sitting there at the table. I look at the rabbi and I look at why she didn't ask me before she came to the podium? I was sitting with her. It was my time to speak after her. We met in the middle. She came back. I'm coming to the point to speak. And then I said, Your Honor, where do you get this information from? What book? It's absolutely false. And I continued to the podium. And then I said, respected and honorable all members here, with my respect to the Honorable Garcia, Judge Garcia, absolutely wrong. But let me confirm I understood right. Your Honor, look at her. Your Honor, you said my wife is my property. I believe when I said this is absolutely not true, there's nothing in the Islam about this property, and I'm believing in God. I explained that. And believing in God equal and this and that, some rights and duties. Everybody have rights and duties, but this never to be property. Then I said, Your Honor, my wife is my property. I think I am the property of my wife because I'm in the masjid. She called me, what you are doing? When you come back home? What time will be? How long will leave me alone? I'm worshiping God in the house. I'm serving the community. You see? I'm able to start to laugh. And believe me, after we finished all the discussion and everything, the seminar, to continue after lunch, then thank you very much for correcting. And she came, by the way, by herself, after I said this, came immediately to join me on the podium. I'm very sorry. I'm very happy that the Imam is here to correct me. I said, this is an opportunity, brothers, here to you. Get out of the circle of the office and the masjid. Not don't limit yourself to that, but get involved. When you get in mediation, and you go to that mediation center, you volunteer there, you're going to see cases like this. And to correct many judges and many lawyers and many officials named and mind about misconception about Islam. Because this is a judge. If she has a Muslim, and Dallas is full of Muslims, okay? She has a husband and wife, already her mind decided for the wife client immediately because I want to free this property from this man. There's not property here talking about. Property? Where do you get this from? Like some Muslim children, they tell other friends, this Muslim problem in our community. Children. We talk about the children, brother, here. Okay? Oh, they are carpet kissers. Carpet kissers? Muslim family have a son in the school talking to his classmate. Oh, they are, but he's not a Muslim. They are carpet kissers because when we make sujood, we're kissing the carpet. Can you imagine? So misconception is not in the mind of somebody else, in our children's mind. Sometimes, boys and girls, why not to have a non-Muslim husband? So you as Imam, and that's what to build the trust of your community within your profession field. I'm a profession here as not really just as you say, like in Egypt, when I was studying in Egypt, you can see Shara Ramses, Shai Sheikh al-Sharib. هذه أحلى منها. Beautiful. Shai Sheikh al-Sharib. The image of the Sheikh all the time is bad. You never watch a movie, Egyptian movie, and have a Sheikh, whether to be one eye, or to be blind, or to be something, doesn't have. The image, that's what the image in many mind of Muslim professionals today, immigrants, who are running the masajid, when they look down at the imam. And that makes me to feel offended and say, I'm not. I'm professional like you. You went to university, I went to university too, but I choose this way, you choose that way. Don't look at me this way. Look at me equal. I don't want to look at me better. Allah will judge that, but I'll try to be my best to be better. But don't look at me down because I'm an imam. Because when I say imam, I mean what imams mean? They stay in the masjid 24 hours. They made him imam. No, you studied. You are educated. You are professional. So when it comes to the civil point that you come to as a mediator, believe me, also in your community, you change a lot of things, and maybe they trust you more with the plus or additional when you say, I'm willing to solve your problem in the civil way too, and instead of going to the court and hiring lawyers and spending thousands of dollars, inshallah. We'll get rest a little bit, inshallah. We'll come back. Bismillah ta'ala. Maybe, how many minutes we want? 15 minutes? Or half an hour? 15 minutes. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. So maybe 15 minutes would be good enough. Jazakallah khair. We'll come. نبدأ إن شاء الله بالسلام إن شاء الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. We'll continue إن شاء الله our discussion. Advantages and disadvantages of mediation. Everything have positive and negative, but the positive more than the negative, no doubt about it. ويسألونك عن الخمر والميسر قل فيهما إثم كبير ومنافع للناس وإثمهما أكبر من نفعهما. Is that right? So هذا ما في إثم إن شاء الله أبدا, ولكن يعني advantages and disadvantages. جزاك الله خير. اللهم صل على محمد. Dispute and advantage is settled quickly. There's no need for time to take. Agreement reached by mutual consent. Both of them, they agree. When they come to the end of the mediation, both of them they agree and sign. It is less formal setting. It's not a formal, official. It is just anytime you can withdraw yourself out or stay. It's your wish. You are voluntarily coming. So you can leave, and you're not forced to sit down with me until I say dismissed. You can dismiss yourself anytime you don't want to walk away. It's not ethically right, but I mean, you have the right. That's what the rules. Mediator is selected by the parties. Most of the time, if you deal with the centers, you don't select the mediators. If you know a mediator and you go, like I go to this center, it's called DRS. The clients, maybe they contacted me, this I came to know about. Okay, yeah, Sheikh, we have this case, we have mediation, blah, blah, blah. And they said, okay, what do you think? I said, wallahi, if you want, you can tell them through your lawyer to ask the judge or to ask the other lawyer, other party lawyer, that would like to have our mediator. So and so, Imam Mujahid, that will be our mediator, included in this mediation. And both parties agreed, yes, I get involved, not only one party. So both have to consent to the mediator. But to select the parties, maybe that's not centered at all. Just somebody have dispute with somebody in business, very common by the way, especially car dealers, okay, or construction. They have dispute and they want to mediate, not to arbitrate. To mediate in a way that in brotherly atmosphere and friendly atmosphere, not judging between me and him or our, because sometimes happen that as a person I hire a company to build a house for me, and this company hired and paid for the house, to build the house, In the middle of the way, they left. They didn't finish the job. And the rain came and all the weather and the tornadoes and damaged all the structure. Now who's going to pay the damages? And disputes were, and the period passed and not finished. So this cannot happen. As we said, community. Community, the boards among themselves, BOD, BOT, or community and imam, or members in the community, professional. A doctor, he sent his car, BMW, to be fixed in that mechanic shop with a brother, Muslim brother. And this brother falsely claimed that he's mechanic. He had no idea about the mechanic. And it took, because driving BMW, this brother MD, so has a lot of money, give me $5,000. Then another $2,000, another $3,000, $10,000 paid, and take the car on the highway stopped. He did nothing. So go to the court or mediate or what? So they can select. Both of them agreed, that will be good. The disadvantage is here, then mediator could charge money. طيب, it's not going to be free anyway. Only helps unless the imam will volunteer, that's a different story. يعني يا مشايخنا الكرام يعني take time. It's not easy to take time from you. I mean, maybe you prayed Isha and they both agree that we want you to mediate between us after Salat Isha. Ya akhi, this is my time, my family time now. Brother Arjuk, ya Sheikh, wallahi, okay. Then to say, Assalamu alaikum, barakallah fik, ya Sheikh. طيب يا أخي, give a gift. You see, I did that in the car, spent 4 hours in the car with the brother, and this is, it's depend, or on the lake, even not to have a dinner. طيب يا أخي, be generous a little bit if you want it to be free, but not to be that far. I mean, some people, you have, that's sometimes, it was not in my type and style really, that to say sometimes, we have this form, we have to sign it, and there is a fee. Oh, مش ببلاش, مش free, the charge. You are greedy, ya Sheikh. He start jump to accuse you. Ya akhi, I have my service. You don't want it, go to somebody else. No problem, with my pleasure. You know what I'm saying? That's sometimes you have to stand for your dignity and for your own time. You are taking from my family time I'm giving to you. You don't want it? You save me the headache. I'll spend my time to read a book. It's better for me. So this kind of thing, as an imam, I know. I went through this all. I was a very shy person. I'm being 36 years here now in Fort Worth. Okay? 23 years, I didn't charge any penny to anybody. After 23 years, when I started to study mediation, UNT, University of North Texas, and to be independent agent, allow me to say that. Okay, still I'm giving khutbah Jummah, I'm giving halaqah, but one day in masjid, this another masjid, I'm a free man. And I have my mediation office. So I do contract with this, you have to pay me this. You have to do this, that's my life. But don't tell me, as a board, I'm doing nothing. You see, somebody doesn't have all the board to tell you that. But somebody really, this is very insulting. Because somebody will look at you down. With my respect, I'm a doctor, I'm an engineer, I'm this and that. You are imam, so what? No, I'm sorry. I study in the university like you too. I'm an educated person, imam. Not as stereotyping imam they have back home. Sheikh al-Mahshi, Sheikh al-Sharib, very well known these terms, Sheikh. This is the best, شو بسموها هذه كوسة ولا زبادي ولا تفضل. Yeah, there is a form. Actually, I send you, the brother Jazakallah, he asked me, and I gave him the copy to make copies to give to you as a sample of, to mediate, a form agreement to mediate. You got that copy? They are working on a copy, yes. So I gave him the copy I brought with me. So they signed, okay, and you have to make yourself clear. From the beginning, Nafsuk, I remember this, I know, Brother Shahad Raouf, the Khawalda, he says, I learned this from you, Sheikh, because he used to be in my community when he came from Jordan. before you go to Irving and then Dallas now. نفسك حيث تضعها. Never forget this statement. I remember, brothers, respected Imams here, I remember that we used to have a history in high school. The high school, I still remember this advice. Okay? That blind teacher, high school, but used to draw the map of the world. Subhanallah. And I used to take him from, because my father is a judge known, so he liked me, take me, my son, to the other grade, other class, whatever, as a blind person. On the way one time, he said, son, listen. My son Mujahid, listen. I'm telling you something. He told me two things. First, نفسك حيث تضعها. It's up to you where you put yourself. You humiliate yourself, don't ask the people to respect you. You respect yourself, the people will respect you, whether they like it or not. And that's what all the time I fight for the dignity of the Imams. Because I suffer from that a lot, misconception. Stand up for your dignity. Allah blessed you that to have the Quran. Many of the board members, they don't know how to read it. You memorize it. You lead in the prayer. This is how they make you go forward. Why they go forward? Because يَأَمُّكُمْ أَقْرَأُكُمْ. This shahada certificate given by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Fadl min Allah. It's not to be arrogant, but to be more humble. As Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyya rahimahullah said in his Kitab al-Fawaid, كلما زيد من علمه زيد في تواضعه. سعادة المرء وشقاوة المرء عنوان. شقاوة المرء وسعادة المرء. سعادة المرء أنه كلما زيد في علمه زيد في تواضعه. ومن شقاوة المرء أنه كلما زيد في علمه زيد في تكبره. More knowledge, more humble to be. الثانية أنا بحاول أتذكرها بس لا أتذكر بالشعر هي شعر كل علم ليس في القرطاس ضاع وكل سر جاوز الاثنين شاع كل علم is not written is lost and every secret goes beyond two, no more secret. وكل سر جاوز الاثنين شاع spread. اي والله فعلا سبحان الله. طيب المهم okay, what we have, when somebody come to my office in Arlington here, for example, please fill the form for me. And the form on the back, all the fees mentioned. You need mediation, you need nikah, you need divorce, you need counseling, you need notary, you need whatever, all these fees. And nikah at the office, nikah at the hotel or the home, whatever, driving there, different. Okay? You need, for example, that Islamic divorce, you need all this. I have it, I have it. You need it, I'll send it to you. So some people, they don't read it. They don't expect you that to charge. You are miskin, you are fakirullah here. I'm sorry? Yes, with my pleasure, inshallah. الشرطة في خدمة الشعب يا أخوان. Remember the advantages of the mediation, confidentiality. You cannot speak on the member on Friday about it. كان عندنا أخونا أبو يوسف والله يعني عامل مشكلة مع زوجته. رحمة الله عليك خلاص راح. الفاتحة. It's gone خلاص. You become history, brother. Be careful. Very important, and you have to tell the client that's confidence. I mean, you feel free to talk to me about whatever you want, and don't worry about it. Islamically, you cannot speak amanat al-majlis. One of the meaning of amana, amanat al-majlis, تفترض عليك أن لا تبيح أسرار. ولا تفضح أسرار الناس. You cannot. الكلمة أمانة. This is a trust on your shoulder, Islamically before civil way. While the civil also law prohibits you to speak about, then you have to tell them, the clients both, that confidentiality is guaranteed. So feel free and let me hear you, whatever you want. If you don't want to talk in front of your opponent, whatever, then that's caucusing we talked about before. That caucus means I have to caucus with you alone, talk to you alone, and talk to her alone, and give them the time to speak. And they have, each party have a lot of things they want to tell you about, but not in front of the other. It's your key to take this information and use it with the other one. And the same with the other one against the first, and so on. But confidential is number one, very important. Mediation cases are less cost, no doubt about, than court lawsuit. To litigate the case in the court, it means, as I said, minimum lawyer experience will charge any client $1,200 to $1,500 down payment now. If you want to hire a lawyer, give me this amount of money. Give me open a credit card. Anytime there is no money, drop the case, you lost your money. I told you the story of the $47,000. He hired a lawyer. 3 months, charged him $47,000. He got nothing, no news about it. He wanted to know what's happened. 3 months. Sudden visit to her office. He fired her because she was sharing or hired somebody in the firm to work for his case and share the cost between the divided among themselves. And he fired her and he hired another lawyer. I said, what happened to this money, $47,000? Because during this 3 months, give me $3,000, give me $5,000, give me $2,000, give me this, $47,000. He said, I lost my money, I have to hire another one. Why do you pay $47,000? What for? Sit down and mediate and talk and communicate and finish it. Save your money to yourself, to your children. It is less cost, no doubt about it. Faster resolution. You finish it today. If today is the time to mediate, today you finish it. You make an agreement, mutual agreement, done. You submit the agreement to the court and the judge will approve it, authenticate it, and issue the decree upon that agreement you made as an imam and as a mediator. There's no contradiction. You don't have to hide your identity as an imam. Be proud. That's my card. Imam Bakash. What imam? I'm a clergy. And the judge will tell. I'll tell the judge, I'll tell the chief police, I'll tell everybody. And they respect you very highly. I'm very sure with that, because I see that. When you walk in the police academy, let me tell you this. In Fort Worth, I'm talking about. During the training as a student or as an imam, when I go to speak to the student after graduation as CAPA, Clergy and Police Alliance. That's the logo you have in the card. When I walk in the academy, the student's duty, this academy teaching students, one day there will be officers on the street driving the car, stopping somebody, okay? They will tell you, good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. You feel like you're a general. Wallahi al-azim, I feel very happy. I like to go there every time. Good morning, sir. Good morning. And you have to return it, by the way. The first time I didn't respond. It's not my business. Good morning, sir. I say, good morning. That's good morning. That's it. And somebody watched that, the reception, said, Imam, may I advise you kindly? Very soft, very respectful. Yes. Please, when they greet you greet them the same. I said, really? I have to do this? Yes. With my pleasure. Thank you very much. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning. You feel you don't have to have this on your shoulder here. Feel proud. Feel honored. Wallahi ya akhwana, subhanallah yani. And not ahlam, wallahi, this reality. It's not a dream. Wallahi ya akhwana, I lived it. I'm living it still. Until now, still. I'm talking about this 2003. After September 11. Our chief police, ex-chief Mendoza in Texas and Fort Worth. Huh? Okay. I don't know. No, I'm talking about this Fort Hood here, the army. I'm talking about the police academy. Okay? And the police department in Fort Worth. This, our chief, Mendoza, brought this program from London, from Britain. how to use the clergy with the law enforcement community in a way that reduced the crime rate in the city of Fort Worth. So this training, 13 weeks, including shooting legally, brothers. We shoot with and they do demonstrated for a SWAT team and all this. And yourself, when you shoot, I was the second. And the first one was ex-police officer become clergy. And that's how I came to know. They put different gallons, milk gallons, water, and you shoot. And before me, we were 17 or 19 clergy. I'm the only Muslim. And the instructor, a lady, she's the second on the nation level. We gave her business card, about 7 clergies, like this way. Not this way. This way. From distance from here to the brother, she cut them all with 1 bullet. This, I have it at home with me. But anyway, I'm aiming, and she's teaching the other clergy. You see the top here, look at this aim, and this and that, okay, that, and then a gun. It was a gun, not a gun. When it came to my time, Imam, this is not the first time you're shooting. I said, no comment. I said, I'm from Lebanon. That's enough for me to tell. I'm in Lebanon. That's good. Like in Texas here. First Amendment. The Fifth Amendment, you have the right to get a gun in your home. I'm American before I came to America. Like anyway, the parties decide, not the judge. So you can tell them when they feel they have the control over their decision. Nobody's going to decide and that's what we tell the brothers and the sisters. Why to allow, with my respect to all the judges, why you have to allow the judge to decide your future relationship with your kids? Because if the judge will decide, whatever the law of the state of Texas here, as Texas, I'm talking the state, whatever you are coming from, brothers here, will decide according to the state law. Visitation or every other weekend, whatever. I want to see my children every day. And technology society now, high-tech society available. So I can talk to them Skype, on this app, FaceTime, whatever it is. So why not you decide and have the decision in your hand instead of the judge? To decide what to see, what do you want to visit, how to pick up, how to drop, and a lot of issues. But you are the one decision maker, not the judge. Don't do that. And that's the advantage of the mediation. Parties communicate directly. You talk to him in front of the mediator. Talk to each other. I'm here. You tell them, I'm here to listen to you both. But in a controlled way. No abuse, no cussing, no word, no language, bad language, whatever. Respectful way. Can you have control of that? Most of the time is not controlled. In the beginning, very beautiful, sweet, respectful. Then in the hot debate in the middle, shouting and screaming, and you're a liar, and this. Oh, we have now, let's go. We cannot stay together in the same room. You have to go to another room. I'll come to you, and then let me spend time with him, and then come to her. You. Yeah. I have somebody. I used to go to Mass at that time, contract with Mass, that in Plano actually, but then we moved to Richardson now, to the new church building. So he stood up. They want to attack her, and she came and stood behind me. They were sitting at the same table. She came behind. I said, listen, go back, or I have to call the police now, immediately. And you have the right, by the way, to call the police in your mediation to protect somebody, or you felt yourself threatened, or he threatened you in a way, whatever. You have the right to call the police. Don't be afraid to call the police. I'm sorry? You are not, I'm talking about mediation here, but even not as an imam. By the way, in Texas here, I came to know that when I tried to get the permit for my gun, okay, what they call the concealed carry. Jazakallah khair. So the lawyer I consult with, Edwin Lee, he's also instructor. He said you need, by the state of law in Texas here, you have the right as an imam to have a gun. And you have the right to have 2 guards, bodyguards, have gun too. I said, no, I don't go that far. I don't want that. But at least I know my right if I have to do that. By the way, I'll let you know. And the state, I don't know about other states. as an imam, as a clergy. Muslim, Christian, Jewish, doesn't matter. That's the law. No, in Texas I'm talking about. I don't know about other than Texas. Because the juries mean, I'm sure that all of us will serve sometime in the juries, right? How many of us serve in the jury? But how many of you went, because the state will send, it is your time to serve as an American citizen to serve. A jury means to sit in that box, whether 6 or 12. It depends the case, criminal or civil. The criminal will be 12, civil will be 6 members, sitting and listening to the both lawyers presenting, and you have rules and regulations. You cannot do, you cannot do, you cannot go, you cannot, it depends the instruction the judge will tell. And then finally you have to give your consensus verdict. Did you decide? It depends the case. Sometimes case can take 1 week. Sometimes take half a day, or full day, 2 days. If it is more than 1 day, then you have to go to the hotel. You cannot go home. It depends the case, really. The judge will decide that. No? You can in the beginning, but when you reach to the jury level, you cannot excuse yourself, because you should excuse yourself from the beginning in the form, I don't speak English. I speak gibberish. Or I'm busy or something, appointment, I'm traveling, whatever. So when you have the notification at your mailbox that at that day you have to serve as a jury. No, you have to be American. If not American, you cannot, you don't have to serve. Okay. Expect this to come to you now. Uh-huh. Okay. You don't have to, you have to, you can say, I cannot, because I cannot understand English well. They refuse, you have to go. They are going to excuse your wife, by the way, automatically. Don't worry about that. They're going to excuse her because they don't want somebody hijab to be.
Sometimes just you need to go there and to sign in, and if the judge needs help, so most of the cases just go back, and they will pay to you that 1 hour or 2 hours.
Yeah. This process to walk. You have to go, sign your name, you sit down, and they give you videos and whatever they show you. That's what we have in Texas here, basically. Then you go to move that. Then, if you say, I'm excused, they say you go there and pick up. They give you $6 or check or whatever, or $20 now, they change it, whatever. But, that's done, finished.
On the case, how many people they need, and everybody go home.
One time I served in the box as a jury, then selected, and both agreed. But one of the lawyers, where he was sitting, somebody whispered in his ear, and look at me. I don't know what. But when somebody talk like at you, they're talking about you. Assume that. And then the lawyer asked, Imam, I have one question before dismissing. Because they selected you, then you have to wait a little bit, then to come back to stop. He said, and the case was somebody drinking alcohol, he's alcoholic. Is that true in your religion? You are Muslim clergy, I understood. Because you have to write in the form what you do. And you are Imam of the community, sir. Are you going to tell me about Sharia and rule about my client about Sharia here? And I said, no, I'm here civilian. As a civilian, I'm serving my society here, my country here, and this is what you invited me to come to serve. So, but you are Muslim clergy, so if my client that he is drinking and because the crime he committed against that, he killed somebody, are you have affected your ahead of time? So there is some percentage, I'm not going to deny that. I'm going to have, because I don't hate, but I don't like alcoholic stuff and so on. So, Your Honor, may I ask to dismiss number 6? I was dismissed, okay, because of that. It's not the halal issue of Haram. This is as a civilian, I'm favored to participate really because this is your civil right. And get involved to see and to understand the system. And believe me, don't run away from it. I'm in favor that you get involved. That's what I'm telling you here about mediation. And to be notary public too. I want you, everyone, I encourage you highly to be notary public. I'm looking for mediators, not only imams. I'm very happy to see sister here. I'm looking for sister because some ladies in our community, cultural packages they have, they don't want to talk to men. They need an official certified mediator lady. And I talk to my ladies in the community, wherever I go, I give khutbah Jummah. I'm looking for that lady. Please go and study and learn and be involved. Not only the imam, you know. That will be good as a wife of imam to be a mediator too, like this. I'm sorry? How? Go Google in your state, and there's an application to fill it up, and you do the test. You'll be recognized as a notary. They send, you have to register. You have to buy the equipment. The equipment is the seal, the stamp, and the expiration date. They mentioned that. They print your name on it, and you buy this product. They come to you in the package box, and you serve notary because we have in our community that somebody, not everybody speak English, or doing wakala, power of attorney, to send it back home in Arabic, for example, your case, that no notary in the bank, because every bank have a notary. When you go to notarize, if you go to your bank, they will tell you, go to that desk, here is the notary in the bank, and it's free. And it's not free to you unless you want to do it free. It's different, but $5, $10, I mean, to stamp. But when you get the equipment and you are notary public, have rules and regulations. I have somebody sued me from Michigan. We have anybody from Michigan here, I think. From Michigan, Adam and Sheikh, we have there too. He sued me from Michigan because I notarized a divorce decree for the Islamic Tribunal. Okay? And almost done now, finished, inshallah. There's no problem, but he wants to create what's called a case for me and put me in trouble. He could not, alhamdulillah. So, but I advise you highly because we marry here and we send our papers to the embassy. We send it to our back home. Or we want to register our children in the embassy. Okay, to be American, yes, but also to be Pakistani, or Lebanese, or Muslim, or Palestinian, or whatever. We talk about forgiving the missing of your country back home. But, so who's going to notarize for these documents? Absolutely need you to be. And it will be good to help you, a marriage or divorce or wakala, or somebody converted to Islam. He needs a certificate that he converted to Islam because to go to make Hajj or Umrah, the authority in Saudi embassy will not give him unless somebody testifies that he's a Muslim. How to steal his name, James and William and whatever. So this notary will be good help. هذا يعني عملية اسمه كاتب العدل. كاتب العدل. العربي كاتب العدل. Notary public. هذا عملية توثيق وثيقة. يعني when you sign, you are representing, like to me as a notary, I represent يعني state of Texas. You are agent of state of Texas on behalf of the state of Texas, not as an imam. So you have double personality here. You are mediator, you are notary public, you are imam. That's good quality of imam. There is a course that to study, but you don't have to, but on the online, everything online, you can do that. Yes, sir. Absolutely. It depends the tone of the mediation. Sometimes you can express that, or you encourage yourself to do that, maybe, but I don't advise that because it may risk even the agreement done, finished, but you are going to print it and prepare it, and if you say something here, may you risk, forget it, I'm not going to sign. You risk all the efforts. Let them sign, let them finish, maybe next day, next time to talk about, but at that, you have to try to control yourself. I know. As an imam, when you have a problem with solving, we get involved I have a right to say, you are wrong, you are evil, you are doing evil to her. Don't do that. You are doing evil to him. Don't do that. I have freedom to say whatever I want. But when you do a mediation as a civil mediation, civil mediator, you have to abide the rules, the rules and the regulation of the mediation, not to risk it. Otherwise, wasting the time and their money and their time. Because become biased now, and somebody, one of them, doesn't trust you anymore. You have to be tried. I know that, but have to control something. Cannot within yourself. You are maybe boiling from inside, but you have to smile face all the time. Brother, that's for to mediate. That's the agreement you receive that. Only you can change what I want you. I want you to change that's only the top of the name of your organization if you want to use this form, because this already the information. I work very hard on this, and many resources and many books and blah blah blah, and experiences and delete, and then I did different forms before. I'm sorry? Yeah, we have, inshallah. That you have the copy now. But only the name on the top, you put your name, your institute, establish your own institute. You can register it in the state. It's not difficult. All what you have to do in your area, that maybe that's what they have in the city of law and city of Fort Worth, that 10 years, nobody using this name. You have to choose a name that nobody used within 10 years, the records. If yes, you cannot use this name, for example, you know what I'm saying? But we can say, sort of what? That's I'm a certified mediator. I graduated in 2009, then immediately I start establish this one. Not really, but it is introduction to the real certification, yes, absolutely. But I studied 2 years. Within 5 hours, you know, that's, but this is great. I hope that really beneficial to you and to open your eyes. What's going on here? I want to open your eyes to different departments than your religious. I know. You know, the religious, I don't have to interfere with that. But this area is a new area, and that's why I advised Sheikh Man about 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, that to include it in the University of Al-Huda, University, to be taught to the students. And that's what I did, honestly to say, you see. Then we did the AMJA conference in Irving. We did a lecture about it, not the workshop like today. But this open the eyes to Imams. Please open your eyes and be involved in this. And it's not really too much to cost you. But maybe somebody from your community can sponsor your cost too. Like you that much to be educated this way. And believe me, somebody will share. If not all, will share some cost. But to be better Imam, serving the community and as a mediator too. أهلا وسهلا بشيخنا ومولانا. In my experience, 36 years in the community in Fort Worth, I found that the mediation is very urgent a need to the Imams to serve. And that's what makes me, because you don't have to do the court. Let me tell you, this very valid point, by the way. Jazakallah khair for this point. Because not all the cases that be in court order referral cases. Many of them, by the people themselves, they came to you. They know you. They trust your knowledge. They trust your background. And you are saying, I'm an Imam. I'm a graduate from this institute or that religiously. whatever إسلام الجامعة الإسلامية المدينة المنورة الأزهر أو غيره من الجامعات الإسلامية. أيضا I'm a civil mediator too in the state, whatever the state you are. I'm in Texas here, for example. This is in the hand of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's not in my hand or your hand. But somebody, I mean, how I receive phone call from Michigan. Maulana Sheikh here record me or refer to me somebody, for example. Okay? When you become, now inshallah, if I know somebody, lady called me from Michigan, I'll tell her, you have an Imam certified mediator. Go to him, your neighbor. You know, this is how to work among ourselves. The point is the people and your reputation and your standing. And people, they know. and they will come to you bifadlillah. This after Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that guide them to you. But the point is not all the cases court order to me. Okay, this is not. You are imam as a counselor, you are doing counseling anyway. Yes, but mediation, you are dealing with the legal issues. That they have a case in the court already. في قضية موجودة في المحكمة. Okay. وبعدين وجدوا انه يعني هناك نفقات كثيرة جدا. Thousands of dollars. ألوف الدولارات عم تندفع وتضيع. They lost tons of money. So they found it's better, especially the ladies. In the beginning, I want to go to the court. I'm going to hire a lawyer. Okay, hire a lawyer. So, وبعدين, what happened? She realized she doesn't know. Many of the women, they don't know. But in the marriage or the divorce case, you must pay the lawyer immediately. In the accident, injury, you don't have to pay the lawyer anything until the case settled and finished. That's the difference. Okay? Car accident, you don't have to pay the lawyer anything when you hire a lawyer. Because until the case and talk to the insurance and blah, blah, blah. But here, as a family issue, absolutely they have to pay. Then they realize they paid thousands of dollars. Then I cannot afford it. So let's go to the sheikh. Because he's a mediator too. But that's what our opportunity to tell them you have, because you don't know about it. It's not only imam issue, but also certified mediator. So I can deal with your case and legally, and the judge will approve it. Come, sit down, compromise. You're not going to get everything you want. You're not going to get everything you want. You have both of you to come down a little bit. For the sake of your children, for the sake of your time and your money and headache, and give you blood pressure and give you... You have to talk about all this language to convince them. Also, the main issue, a lot of secrets will be in front of those people who deserve not to hear anything about our private lives. And this Allah shahid. What do you want to do? With the money, the American government or the President Trump or the senators or Congress will defend you in the court of Allah on that day? Sometimes you have to hit hard to open their eyes. That's enough to be greedy. Give up something and finish it now. And both of you will be happy. That's sometimes really... لا أنا لا أتدخل. That's a good point. You know, when the legal case that been already pending in the court, whatever the case, the people they come I never run after the people. No way. But when they come to me or call on the phone, yeah, Sheikh, we have this. What do you think? Then I advise. Because this advice I'm telling to one of them. Because if they are asked me to mediate, I cannot speak this language to any one of them. Otherwise, I'm biased. Okay? Biased means يعني متهم يعني أنت يعني متهم بشهادتك الآن وبإخلاصك وبعدم تميل جهة معينة ما في محايدة يعني. نعم مش نيوترال. نعم مش نيوترال. That's good. جزاك الله خير. فيعني this I don't go to people tell I don't go. Sometimes somebody will tell me, a wife or a husband, can you talk to her? I say, I'm sorry, I don't talk. I don't call anybody. You can tell her through direct or indirect, whatever channel you have, to reach her, that talk to the Imam, this is his phone number. I'm not going to run after the people. Not only mediation, even the halaqah in the masjid. Wallah, sisters, I have brothers, I have the halaqah, come to my masjid. It's not my type. Everybody have different types. It's not my type. You want to come? You have to come. Not to come, I want to come to the masjid. Whether with me or not, I'm living today, dying tonight, but come to the masjid. I don't want to come with somebody. This is another step encouragement, yes, but not to be connected with the people in a way that I feel guilty with it. I don't know why, but that's how my philosophy is.
I advised him not to marry her, but I did not explain why. And anyway, they went to them and they get married and they left to the other way. we spent almost 2 years together, and they disagreed. And she came to me and said to me, her mom lived in North, and they came to me, we need your help. He respects you, he's from back home, in different nationalities. He's Latvian and he's Syrian or from this way. And I told her, I said, I have this contact number. And she was begging me, could you call him? He will respect you and he memorizes the Quran. I told her, man, I cannot call him. Since he gets into this point, I cannot get involved on this. He asked me for help.
Absolutely.
I feel bad about her.
Yes.
She has one boy and she's pregnant again, and she took herself in direction what she promised her. But what this is what when I start to say how to get yourself really when you feel
It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
When you feel that you cannot help them out, you feel bad about her and about the family. But if she called him and she told her man wants to talk to you and he said I'm busy now because
Yes.
he knows if he talks to me I will give him
Put him down.
You promise to do something for her and you are the psychologist for her. You have to stick in your work.
One time, a lady called me. Imam would like you to. I have problems with my husband. I live in Fort Worth. She's living in Irving, about 40 minutes driving. I said, let your husband talk to me, please. So, because he will come to your home or your apartment. I cannot do that unless your husband allow me to do that. So he said, welcome, ya Sheikh. Faddal, ya Sheikh. Ahlan wa sahlan, Sheikh. Ya Sheikh. Full respect. I found out in the discussion now we have that absolutely he was violating code of respect and a lot of things. And I told him honestly, I came here to ask you. He asked me to see your situation here, and I see why you are doing this and this and this and that. Islamically, you cannot do this. And immediately he reacted. Okay, I was wrong going to bring you here. I'm in his house. We have a code of conduct. And he invited me. I'm not charging anything. Wallahi, for the sake of Allah, I'm coming. Just to help. He started to speak in a way language. Wallahi. And this one year, I'll never forget that moment. From Irving, he kicked me out. And I say kick me out. It's not easy to say for me, the word kicking. Okay? He kicked me out from his house. And I'm driving my car back to Fort Worth, and all the way I'm crying. يا رب أصدت وجهك الكريم وفي سبيلك. So now I feel it. I'll never forget this. And different cases. Who are you? Got people I know in the community. Speak when they have you come to the sensitive issues. When I'm saying something in front of you, brothers here, I'm talking about all these years. I went through many things. I don't want to. I used to call. I used to go. I used to this and this. And I'll sit in the car. I said, no. You want me to come here? And I wanted to give you my time. But with respect to it. Whether you respect or you have the intention to respect, regardless of the situation. And that's what I say. Even the mediation, civil mediation rules and regulations to prevent yourself, as I said, this professor all the time repeating, is not your problem. Don't get involved. I knew it from the religious aspect and involvement, what I went through, and I said this truth. That's how I remember. So that's for the long run, protect yourself. All the time, protect yourself. I have no idea. Remind me, and the brothers. Allahu Rabbi. Heart attack and he died. She invited me. That's the wisdom وَمَنْ يُؤْتَ الْحِكْمَةَ فَقَدْ أُوتِيَ خَيْرًا كَثِيرًا. Out of wisdom, you have to read it carefully. As I said, be aware of your respect. As I said, نَفْسَكَ حَيْثُ تَضَعَهَا. You don't want anybody innocently, you're doing innocently, helping and sharing and participating to solve the problems, and you ended with accusation or official assault, or bring you 911. I have somebody I know 15 years. I trusted him to enter my house. That level. He had problems with his wife. His ego, unbelievable. Her children grew up, and they grew up with the hatred about their mother and their mother's side. Your your khalak, khwalak, khalatak, sittak, jiddak, and this side, bad. Ammak, amtak, ammatak, good. Okay? They grew up with this. When they come to the level to work and be independent, the age, they took their mother and rented. Your mom is nothing. Oh, don't speak too much, loud, whatever. When they grew up, they worked and they ran away from the house, and they rent an apartment for their mother. What he did? Spend in the community. Oh, the Imam want to marry my wife. What? Allah yakhwana. She put him in jail. She put him in jail because he tried to drive over her. She called. It was Ramadan. We prayed Tarawih together. I went home. She called, Imam, I need your help. I have an officer in my home. What's going on? He was with us in the Tarawih. I took my wife and went there. And the officer there, I said, I'm a captain member. I have my badge in the car. I put my badge. So I'm the officer. I said, yeah, okay, but I'm very clergy and also captain. So he knows the roles, what the captain is. Okay, what's going on? He came from Tarawih, tried to kill her, took her, whatever. What happened? Crazy, you weren't praying Tarawih. Just left. What happened anyway? He put him in the car, back seat, and took him to downtown. It was the night of 2000, year 2000. You know, the philosophy and the stereotyping about any تؤلف ولا تؤلفان, the end of the world and this. Okay? Stereotype. Downtown Fort Worth closed. No visitation to any jail, any inmate. I want to visit the jail as a clergy. I'm a sheriff, advisor, I could not go. There's no visit now. Put him in jail. He called me 3 o'clock after midnight. Take me out. I said, there's nobody who can take you out because the downtown closed. And his wife, in front of me, on the table in her house, please put him in jail for 3 days. I want to take my stuff out. She took her stuff. He came home. He have restraint order. Restraint order. He violated the code. He doesn't respect the code. He entered the house. His wife not there. So what he said, I spread the community, the Imam want to marry my wife. And the Imam. I spent a lot of time with this couple, with their mothers, his mother with me to help me with that, and all this stuff, and all this friendship to say 15 years. To discover at this moment, you are nothing. And he called my mother-in-law in Canada, my wife Canadian, Lebanese Canadian there. If we're not going to bring my wife back, because he said to the community, I want him to bring my wife back. He doesn't know where his wife. I don't know where his wife. Anyway, I'm going to kill his children. Up to this level. One time in the masjid, he was sitting, between Maghrib and Tarawih, Maghrib and Isha, draw Kalashnikov, or whatever they call it, and have a bullets from down, and his wife in front. I said, listen, I cannot tell you this. I have to call the police. You have to leave the masjid now immediately. Are you kicking out of the masjid? Yes. Because this very highly respected community. I don't know what you have in your mind. You would kill your wife, or to kill your Imam, or to kill everybody, I don't know. You become crazy now. What he did, he discovered that his wife rented an apartment in the complex. But what she did, she knows her husband. She parked her car there and her apartment there. So he came to knock the doors. The car there. Unbelievable man. And these people, they called the police for him. What he did, he drove through the gate, security gate. He broke that lifting, whatever. He didn't have the code, he broke it. I knocked the doors. Why my wife? What is my wife? They called the police, put him in jail again. But some people in the community, they came to me, Sheikh, ما ترد عليه امراته. رجع له مراته. Return his wife to him. Man, what's wrong with my wife? That's I'm telling you when I tell you something I went through. Protect yourself as much as you can. We'll come to that, inshallah. Time cost and saving, we said already that. I want to go to the session of the self-determination. There are feelings and emotions. We have already a lot of discussion about that. Okay, process of flexible and informative mediation by design. Flexible, okay. More informal, we said that already. Am I right? Me too. Everybody claims that he's right. No doubt about it. What's wrong with me? Oh, he's wrong. Oh, she's wrong. Okay, then we have I am just Imam as a mediator. This is a very important point. The last session we have, inshallah, after Salatul Dhuhr, bi'idhnillah ta'ala, we'll complete with that and the process of the mediation, what we have to do, and that will be finishing, inshallah, our workshop, within a training session or workshop. What time the prayer we have? Because they told me from 12 to 1. We have salah and lunch. No? So we can pray and have lunch, inshallah. That's what I'm saying. So this 12, no, 10 o'clock, 10 minutes for. I'm sorry if you. To take advantage of the woman when dealing with women. I don't go houses. They said already the answer to that. I mean, this really, sometimes it's when you have to sit with the sister, but how to sit, the point is not to sit with her. There's nothing wrong to sit with her, to talk and to solve her problems, to help, but how to sit. To close door after door? No. Even the Sunday school we have, Sunday school. If you go to Fort Worth now, it is the door used to have door. There's nothing really wrong with that. But we realized, we discovered through the years that we have two boy and girl, 8th grade class, sitting together. It is the time everybody on the playground. What you are doing here? So what we did, we decided, education board members, we decided unanimously to have the safety under that category, safety code, fire department, whatever safety code, that to have a window, okay, of every door. Plus others mean nobody will be inside and close the doors and lock it, the lunch, whatever. But this windows, it's been, when I sit with a woman, I don't sit with a woman by herself anyway. Sometimes happens, but I keep the door of the office open, all the doors open now. Not the window, the window's open. What's it called that? The blind is open too, so everybody passes by the glass, all the glass are surrounding. So other than that, it's only going to do, sit on the moon. No, you have to talk to her. And she's having hijab and having respect, but the privacy is not there the way that we're talking about. We try to caution you to stay away from any doubtness or any accusation of this, but also at the same time you have to deal with the problem and the privacy of the discussion. That will be. But the office, that's what I started the office, because in the masjid, people passing by, also their privacy is being really shattered away. They don't want anybody to see the husband and wife sitting in front of the imam. Everybody can say, oh, they are fighting on this. And so that's what we need the imam to talk to. So the privacy is not there. You see what I'm saying? So that's really an issue. That's what I'm doing in the office. But as an imam, you have conference room, you have an area. How to do that? Absolutely, I will not sit with a woman by herself and close the door. It's never. So this is an individual policy that, yes, sister, bring your husband, or we not go to the house. Absolutely not. This is totally out of the touch. Or Skype. Both of them sitting in the house, or different area, but enter the same code, and I see you on the Skype, so they are away from me, for them is the best, Allahu Alam. But if they're both of them there, yes, Wallahu Alam. طيب خير إن شاء الله. جزاكم الله خيرا. على كل حال يعني we'll come back إن شاء الله, just go not to be long after that, but إن شاء الله we'll be بإذن الله تعالى to finish our discussion. جزاكم الله خير. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. We'll come back inshallah at 1 o'clock. So, brothers, what do you think about these two cases we have? What was the difference between the first and the second? First, basic reading. That's exactly the first point. Here we have one mediator. The first one, we have two mediators. What are two extra? The one who is handling the mediation directly, we have this lady only by herself. The other two we have that the process differed than this with this one than the other one. If you go back and review that tape or maybe that slide, you may say that both of them about money, talking about that this is landlord, this the lady have the property, and this man is renting and have more than 7 years. And you can see the mediator use different tactics through this discussion, basically. And one of the things that after using caucusing, asking to leave, that's caucusing is, then came back, she was very hard on him to say, I want this. Otherwise, evicted, and also you have to pay by the court order now, not by agreement here in this way. But the mediator used the scary tactic in a way to say, if you go to the court, you're going to pay 1,900 something, which is much more than what you agree if you don't compromise now. And you're going to pay the lawyer another this here. Also that the first case we have, for example, what the mediator did, the gentleman and the lady, even dramatizing this, what happened? Exactly. Introduction, that we are here voluntarily, blah, blah, blah. And this is, first of all, let me introduce myself and then introduce my mediator, co-mediator here. So this introduction, this all the time the mediation will be done this way when you have two mediators. That somebody will do the introduction and the other will do the ground rulings of the mediation. And that's what the lady did. The gentleman, he did introduction. The beginning, we are here, and this, and then let's go to the rules and regulations that Lindsay will speak about that. Yes, sir. That's what the definition of the mediation, to facilitate the mediator role to play and facilitate. Also that, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad, I'm sorry? Yeah, they ask the money to be paid immediately or to be installment payment. Yeah, but here about you have to pay the money for the rent because you didn't pay last 3 months. But that, the mediator, both mediators, they are paid already. They don't discuss it with their clients. They pay ahead, and when they sign to mediate the case, they pay at the time of the filing the case, actually, not after, by the way. The point is really, I'm sorry? Each one of them will pay. If this lady working by herself, her institute, whether like me, my situation here, will pay to me. But if they are working in a center, they pay to the center, and the center will, whatever that they agree, pay to this lady about that. And the same with the other two. Both parties have to pay. Maybe to say, will cost you maybe $200, each one of you 100. $400, each one of you 200. They divide whatever the amount among the two parties. That's very common. Also that mediators, they try to make sure to understand that, confirm that the niyyah of the both and all the parties involved, that group dispute, that there's only two individuals here, that your niyyah, your intention to come here, you come here with the intention to solve your problem, not to block the, this is very important that the mediator to say that. So all of us, we are here to work it out. How? We'll find out through the discussion. Is another issue. Also that we'll give you the paper and the pen. At the mediation, absolutely, nobody is allowed to take the papers with him or her. You write down the notes. When a part is speaking, the other listening. You are listening, you have your points. Don't argue, don't stop or interfere. Write down whatever you want. Your time will come, you're going to be given the time to speak. It will be fair with everybody. But all these notes you have on both, everybody notes we have, even the mediators. If I'm working with the center, for example, that to do that, we leave everything on the table. Somebody from the office management will come pick it up and shred it. Nobody, no party will take with them any paper. This is one of the rules of the mediation at that time too. Also that the time, the issue of the time that to be mentioned, we are going to have time for this, for that, all these rules and regulations that to be. So do you agree with that? Do anybody have any problem with the timing? No. Do you have anything special to say from now so we can prepare ourselves? If working with the office, we have the secretary in the office to say, yes, I would like to contact my lawyer, I would like to contact my dad, I would like to contact somebody. Okay, give me the phone number, we'll give it to the office. At that time, please call this phone number. You can go and let's rest a few minutes and come back to consult with somebody, whoever. That's another issue, for example, here. And who's going to start first all the time? The one who's filed the case in the court, that will be the petitioner or the plaintiff, maybe to say. Okay, any idea about solving the problems? That was at the first show we saw. That any idea what we have? So it's your job to tell them first, what do you have? Tell me what you have. Show me what you have. They'll tell you, I have this solution in my own point of view. What about this solution? You agree with this? No, absolutely. And that's normal. Expected to say, no, I don't approve that. That's what this lady, when he said, I'm going to pay that month. No. So you have to move out. You have to move out. In the beginning, the attitude of the lady, the landlord, was very strict. When the caucus took place, it benefited the case. It didn't show all the details here, and the first, actually, they showed you the beginning, and then they jumped to the conclusion, oh, we have an agreement, or they didn't show us what they did exactly. But just an idea to say. But here that, the lady changed her attitude, I will pay, and he changed his attitude too. When the mediator used that, if you don't pay now, the court will decide, and you have to pay much more than. So, okay, I'll pay this. He refused to pay in the beginning of the discussion. So they compromised. I'll pay this, but not this. I'll pay this, not that. Is it okay with you? She said, I want to finish the headache. Get me out. That's okay. But she compromised. In the beginning of the meeting, no way. I have to pay this. That's it. My way or the highway. But it ended with have an agreement and sign. But she put her conditions at the time of signing that when you sign, you have to pay on this date. If you violate the agreement, I'm going to bring you eviction from the official office, the sheriff office, whatever else, that evict you out. And still you have to pay. This is very important. And when the caucus took place, you realize that this lady, she spoke good about him. And he was not there. Why she didn't say in front of him when he said, I'm being here 7 years with you. and your property abusing. Why do you say because she doesn't want to encourage him to jump over her? You see? So, no. But she confessed it to the mediator. That's I'm telling you that sometimes the mediator that want to talk, the appeal, they want to talk to you more than they cannot talk in front of the opponent to them. But she said, he's good. He used to pay on time and everything was nice. Just recently, he didn't, because what the reason he couldn't pay? Because he lost his job. It's not my problem, she said. You heard that. It's not my problem. I'm not charity here. We have Muslims like this? Yes. We have Muslims, they lease the property of another Muslim. Like you have a house for investment, and you allowed Muslim to lease and rent and live with his family. He could not pay. So what you do? You as an imam or as a mediator. The case that the landlord complained to you, and both of them, they pray behind you in the masjid. Yeah, Sheikh, so what should I do? It happens. It happens. Wallahi, this happens. We say, I don't have the money, ya Sheikh. Every masjid has zakat fund. Go to zakat fund. And for the, is that true statement? That's the job of the imam to investigate, because it's your duty, I as an imam or myself, that duty to approve the application or disapprove it. Because many people, they take advantage of the zakat fund committee. And they claim something, I have. No names, no nationalities. Every Ramadan, you have special people, they come and appear suddenly from nowhere to take the money from the masjid. Zadaq al-Fitr, Zakat al-Mal, and only in Ramadan they come. And they claim whatever they claim, poverty, and unbelievable. I have 2 girls every year. I believe that. I'm in charge of the application approval. And I have another brother, he's in charge of the money and the check to sign, I co-sign them, that's it. But I have to decide they deserve or not deserve as an imam from this aspect. Okay. Then one day, I discover these 2 ladies here, they are driving brand new Volvo. And I'm imam, I don't have Volvo. So where do you get the money from? I say, I don't have money. Then I found they are taking advantage by going to different masajid. I don't know in your area. And that's why we established a network among us and the community, some, especially when after Bosnia started, and then Iraq, and then Somalia and all. They go to your masjid, if you give them $200, $300, another masjid 200, they will collect about, in maybe 2 days, 3 days, more than $3,000-4,000. So we said, every masjid, when they say now, where you are living? Oh, I'm in Fort Worth. I live in Arlington. So please, you go to the masjid of Arlington and apply there. If they don't have, they will call us to help them, the masjid, not you. Go to your masjid area, your area of the masjid on your area. I'm from Richardson. What you are doing in Fort Worth? 1 hour driving away. You see how? Also within ourselves as centers, please make us aware of this person that he took money from your masjid. So that the networking to say, this man is collected. And we have some hacking your numbers and hacking your whatever they call it, and fake identity, and they say you have to pay for the IRS and all this. And it happened with me too. I don't know what's going on with me here. Okay? You have to pay $3,000. This is IRS. If you don't pay, it will send the agent and arrest you and put you in jail. And I have to prepare khutbah Jummah and go into the masjid first time to pray new masjid there on Highway 360 in our area. Okay? The first time in my life, I have my phone with me in the masjid. All the time I keep it in the car. But don't hang up on me, otherwise I'll send my agent. He gave me names. I'm representing Muslim World League here. Okay? He gave me, this man talking to me, gave me names. I could not believe. And some imams, we came together from Lebanon, in New Jersey, in Quebec, Montreal. He gave me names. You cannot doubt this information. He said, I'm working with the Muslim World League. I'm in Colombia, whatever, South America. In the airport, somebody stole my wallet. I don't have any money. Can you give me some money and then I'll send it back to you when I go back to Mecca? go back to Mecca. He gave me the general secretary of the name of the Mecca. Give me names of Mashaykh. I trusted him. I said, listen, I'm going to have khutbah Jummah, but let me after. Don't hang up. Okay. What? I put the phone in my pocket on the member. He's listening to the khutbah. Okay? This is the first time. I didn't tell anybody in the masjid. I was trying to act normally. I'm sweating. I went to the bank and I want to take the money. I said, I cannot afford the money. Give him $1,000. I can afford that. Okay. Then I asked the bank, like when you come to put the gun in the hand, the bank, at the head of the bank, give me your money. I have the phone with me, my cell phone, and I'm writing note to the bank. I have somebody on the phone. He's asking me the money. Otherwise, he'll arrest me and whatever. What do you think? He said, they get me the old man from the office, look like the director of the bank. He said, I have my cell phone, okay. He took me to his office. I'm on the line. He contacted Homeland Security and IRS office, the bank. Because he claimed I'm Homeland Security connection, whatever, and IRS. What? What? And I was talking on the phone of the bank. I have two phones, my cell phone and the phone of the bank from the office of this man, the director of the bank. And I have Homeland Security, real one. I said, man, go to hell. I don't care about you. I'm talking to the Homeland Security, a real person now. Are you drunk? I was very happy. And I hugged the man. He said, what are you doing? I'm hugging him. Because you saved me. You believe, when I start to give khutbah about this incident happened with me, different masajid in Richardson and Fort Arlington, I found people, brothers in line, standing, Jazakallah khair, ya Sheikh, because I paid $5,000, I paid $2,000. I found victims. You see what I'm saying? That's subhanallah. Subhanallah. Exactly. Exactly. So be aware of this, inshallah. Okay, and then also we have that, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. I think this will give us the video issue that, let's go back to our point and finish with that, inshallah. Okay, what we have now. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. What we have. The PowerPoint. Not this one, on this one, okay. As an Imam, alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. Tayyib. So we have this. Alhamdulillah that they made the copy for you, so I'm very happy to see that. Where okay, that's good to see. I have that already. Okay. Let's see now. We learn about who's the mediator and the difference between mediator and arbitrator. Also that who may be a mediator. Civil cases, any natural person will full legal capacity, with full capacity, legal capacity, enjoying full civil rights, may be a mediator. And you are the one, alhamdulillah. Universities and mediation centers independently determine requirements and qualification to be met by a person wishing to be included in the list of permanent mediators. We have two types of mediators, by the way. Mediator can receive cases from the court, or mediator just to be with the centers only. Be aware of that, make a difference. Okay, are you eligible to be mediator? If you like working through conflict, helping people address their problems and promoting communication, you might enjoy a career as a mediator. And you are Imams, so I have this capability, alhamdulillah, Allah bless you with it. And these parents, alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen, patience, and to be good listeners too. Many mediators have a law background, but others come from medical life, coaching, whatever religious field that you are in that part, inshallah. Not all the lawyers are mediators, by the way. We said this before, we said again. Do not take it as granted. Every lawyer is a mediator. Very few who are mediators. All mediators need good listening skills and patience. In Texas, mediators must attend a 40 hours training program before they can begin practicing. Most mediators make a salary of $50,000 to $55,000 per year. Training have to be in the center because you have to communicate. You have to a group discussion. You have to to participate. I mean, in the locate the training program in your area by reviewing the list posted by the Texas Mediation Training Roundtable. You can Google it. I mean, you find it in your state. Ask for references of past participants. If you know somebody who was mediator or his mediator, ask in your area what the experience according to the law of the state. What do you have? What their challenges? What the problem? That's what they are sharing with you here. Yes. I'm sorry. This is the presentation copied to you. Yeah. Because we did all the presentation on the PowerPoints together, and they copied to you. I saw that. 6 pages, inshallah. I'm sorry, what page? Page 14, please. This is a page 14, you have it? تفضل. How to be mediator? ابحث عن mediator center عندك في المنطقة في البلد عندك. المدينة اللي أنت عندك مثلا، أي مدينة حضرتك مثلا؟ هناك طيب. ابحث just Google mediator center بالزيب كود بتاع حضرتك يعني مثلا، حط الزيب كود. طلع لك واحد وسع الدائرة شوية. طلع لك 2 3 اعمل لهم زيارة. Just pay a visit. زيارة. You can go and visit. It's not you don't need to have ticket or have permission. ما فيش داعي الإذن. Just I'm interested. قول لهم انا حابب ان اكون ميديتور، عاوز اتعرف عليكم، عندكم ايه بالظبط؟ يدوا لك باكج اوراق تقراها وتطلع عليها، وبعدين شخص معين تتصل بيه specific person to deal with training. We have 550 or group training will have less than that, about 300 something. You save money with the group. Okay. إذا عندك مجموعة أئمة يعني إن شاء الله يحبوا يدخلوا في الباب ده، سجلوا مع بعضكم وروحوا على جهة واحدة. عندنا لائحة أسماء عاوزين training. احنا عندنا في المنطقة بتاعتنا مثلا 20 person in our area. If you have 20, okay, and above, we come to your masjid. But less, you have to come to our center. واحد هتروح السنتر بتاعهم. يعني تقريبا كله مع بعضه حوالي 500 600 دولار تقريبا، بعدين شويه اكسترا خفيفه كده يعني، بس مش اكتر. لا اليونيفرسيتي هتكلف اكتر بكتير. will be credited with that. And the center will give you specific hours. The university will give you wider picture of mediation. I didn't know that, by the way. لما أنا دورت على mediation ما كنتش موجود. You do the basic requirement. You can do 40 hours. You can do 61 hours. It depends how far you want to go deeper in the mediation. إن عايز تخش يعني جامد في الموضوع الميديشن وبابها واسع، ممكن تتسع الدائرة وتتسع التكاليف. بس the minimum 40 hours to be credited. Certification هذا you have to go all the negotiations and practicum and all this subject. You have to do it. If you do it, you are certified as a certification. يعني ده يعني يفرق بين الشخص. انت عندك ايه؟ انا ما كنتش عارف اصلا، انا دخلت كده وخلاص انا عاوز كده. قعدت فيها سنتين يعني مش اسبوعين في اليونيفرسيتي. نعم، نورث تكساس يونيفرسيتي UNT. نعم. كلفتني، أنا أخذت scholarship منحة للجامعة from the university. They gave me $1,500 each course or semester. I paid $2,000. So that's really, yes, because you have to do court visitation. In the center, they will not take you there. That's a difference also, you see how? يعني تروح بدوك المحكمة، تشوف المحكمة قضايا، تكتب ريبورت عنها. You report what the case you see and watching, or observation, they call observation, mediation observation, or court, and right, to live in the legal system and to understand the lawyers, and they will talk to, it depends the case. And that's what the help will come through the university. If they have a case, because public record, they can contact the administration, they contact, or the department, the university, contact the lawyer. We have a student who would like to observe, so communicate with them, help them, please, to understand. So the lawyers will talk to us. Allow me to ask the lawyers, what's your plan to talk about? How you're going to defend your, so on. Even this kind of more experience we have, beautiful. There are different type of mediation. You have, yes. Yes, we have different type of mediation. You have juvenile. You have to talk about, I don't deal with the children. Okay? I don't deal with the parents and the children. I don't deal with them. I deal with the family, husband and wife, divorce, mediation, or business dispute. Fine, fair inshallah. But anything you want me to contact, just please call me, and person to person inshallah. My phone on card عندك inshallah. Fine, fair inshallah. Also, that mediation trainer that will be able to connect with your organization near you that need volunteer mediation. Also, that keep in touch with the mediation. Volunteer, as we said in the beginning, volunteer in the mediation centers to keep yourself in the, that's what said my story at DRS, an annual reward. Annual reward, they have annual award to say to the judges. They do in our Fort Worth City, for example, they do a dinner in the Fort Worth Club. Very high class. Music band on the corner. You have to wear your suit and necktie, whatever, and beautiful dinner, and officially attended by the mayor, by the chief police, and judges, ex-judges, DAs, Niyaba Amme, lawyers, and many volunteers like me and better than me with this DRS, Dispute Resolution Service Center of North Texas. This is Sterling County. Every month they have 80 to 100 cases court order. So when they have a family mediation, okay, they say, and I give them Tuesday only from 9 to 2. So when they have a case, family mediation, by the court order that to be done on a specific day, and they schedule it to be 9 to 2, they send an email. Anybody available? Is comes with the same agenda. I say, I'm available. They reserve it for me. I go there at 9 o'clock. I'm there before 9 o'clock, put the badge, and I read the case, have the files ready. They prepare everything, the staff, and beautiful. Another mediator with you all the time too. Like you saw the case, the first one. 2 mediators. Man, woman, doesn't matter. And we sit with they have lawyers. Most of the time they have their lawyers. And sometimes we take the lawyers out. Sometimes one side, play the game, other the intentionally coming to solve the problem, the other they want to play the game that, you discover it. But you and the other mediator here, you have from time to time to go out in private to put a strategic plan between both of you. How are you going to deal with this case? What the plan? What you realize from this problem? We have the case in front of us also. At the end, we have an agreement. We showed you that the agreement format we have. If you are interested, we can send you whatever. I'm going to have it here now. I think we have it, isn't it? Yeah, we have. Yeah, we have it here. This one here. No, this one. This is the agreement. When you come to the end, they said legally have to be this way. I didn't know about it. I learned. Have to be connected. Cannot be agreement separate paper. have to be everything written here the same. If nothing here, or just only the agreement, took these points here, for example, and this page have, I didn't print this actually, just to show. Then you have to scratch, make sure, okay, that's such, and the end, they have to sign, both parties, and the office will notarize it. If you are working the DRS or center by yourself, you don't have to, you cannot notarize your own document. By the way, if you are notary public, you cannot notarize your own document that you issued. Okay, be aware of that. Don't violate, otherwise they will fire you from the notarization. Yes. I'm sorry? Not police officer. I work with the police department as a program our chief brought. It's called clergy. Actually, it was MAC, Ministers Against Crime. And one time, after we graduated, 2003, from the police academy, 13 weeks training, I invited captain, lieutenants, sergeants, 17, to breakfast at Mimi's Cafe, French Cafe in Fort Worth. And I said to them, I don't feel I'm part of this team because ministers are not ministers. It's only reference to Christianity. And I don't feel I belong to this family. And they are eating my condition, no ham, no bacon, nothing. And you are my guest, honored guest today, 17. Cost me $300. I'll never forget that. And the community have no idea about it. But I want to just to show a Muslim community, because sometimes we do, Imam, I'm sure, in front of non-Muslim something, and I'm representing my community, and the community have nothing, no idea about what you are doing. Good for them. Anyway, so they are eating, and they start to think, what can we do? What the name? What to change? Then clergy and police alliance, from MAC to Kappa. Only one breakfast change. No, it is in Fort Worth, and now in North Texas we are trying. In 2008, I was delegated by the Secretary of the State to Europe, to Norway, Belgium, and Ireland. If you go to Secretary of the State, United States, Washington, D.C., you see the seal and the, okay, that's called Speaker's Bureau. I have no idea what it is, wallahi. Somebody called me, his name, my name is Steve, from Washington, D.C., okay. Ahlan wa sahlan. Yes. Would like to send it to Europe. You send me to Europe? Who are you? And this Steve in Washington, D.C., whatever, Secretary of the State. Wow. Secretary of the State. You left all Washington, D.C., all the state, you came to Texas, to Fort Worth, for Abdul Miskin. That's it. I didn't believe that. You see? Send Europe. So what do you have to do? You send us your passport and checking account or whatever, the bank account, so we send you the money. Okay. Wallahi, this is what happened exactly. He said, no, I know what you think about. I said, I don't think so. Because you are telling me something. He said, okay, I'll send you a link. Click on it and tell me the answer as soon as possible so we can see. Okay, thank you very much. Steve, whatever, I don't know. Okay. I saw the seal, Secretary of the State, United States. Nobody joking there. Then I called him, I would like to be. What do I have to do? We'll send you the money. What they do, this is a Secretary of the State in Washington, D.C. They found out they're receiving reports from different American embassies from different countries in the world that the American government mistreating the Muslims in America. The American government mistreating the Muslims in America. So they cannot bring one of the non-Muslim. They have to bring somebody Muslim to witness. So they have this, me and Sheikh Talal Eid and all this. So they sent me to, we were 4 Muslims. I'm from Texas, the other from New York, other from California, and from Colorado. Okay? Or Philadelphia, I'm sorry, Philadelphia. So to go and meet, and the embassy there arrange all the programs and the details for you. From the airport, you are like a president, you know. The embassy car with the American flag, You don't go inside. Your luggage went to the hotel already. They give you the money here, but you pay the hotel and pay everything. And they know how much they're giving you. You save to your pocket at least between $5,000 to $7,000 easily after all the payment expenses. You enjoy it. On that 2008, as I went to Norway, Belgium, and Ireland. PAO, Public Affairs Officer, he will come you at the airport and say goodbye at the airport. Stay with you all the week programs or 10 days or whatever. 2009, delegated to West Africa, Senegal, Benin, Niger, not Nigeria, Niger, whatever, and Burkina Faso. The same, 21 days. To speak about Islam in America. And you have the freedom to say whatever you want. You don't like or you like the government or whatever, it doesn't matter. You don't have to be agent of the government or FBI agent or something. No, it's not. But to speak about Islam in America, being long time in America here yourself, you can go click on that. I don't think the program now, they stopped this program, but maybe they bring it back again. I don't know. It's not anymore there because he moved. By the way, I advise many Muslim girls to go and be a PAO, Public Affairs Officer, this very beautiful job in the embassy. Every embassy they have PAO, Public Affairs Officer, and their job, the same what I did, they will come me, the same they will come others. But every 2 years, 3 years, they move to another country. And we have Sister Ashley, Somalian lady, very devout lady, mashallah. She's not here, but we testify for her, mashallah. She prays Fajr with me every day, and mashallah, very helpful. Now she's ambassador of Somalia. You know, and she's a pilot #1. She just finished training F-16. She used to fly Skyhawk, or what's called that Russian, what they call it, I don't remember the name. Sukhoi and bombing Ethiopia, whatever. She used to be that one. I don't know if you know or heard about this lady. We have any Somali brother here? You know her. I'm sure you should know about. You're aware of her, is that right? So these kind of things, I mean, why I'm telling you this, out of the line, please encourage yourself to show your quality. You have the best. In East Africa. Yeah. Go to Ashley Parker. Yes. Parker. She married, yes, convert. No? No, that's Ilhan Omar. Yeah. MashaAllah. نعم. أكرمك الله ونشوفك على اتصال إن شاء الله بإذن الله. نعم. هي طيارة أصلا في صوماليا كانت تطير سخوي جات أمريكا هنا عندي في فورت وورث بتصلي معي الفجر كل يوم وطعمينا السموسة الصومالية كل يوم سبت والشاي الصومالي. أيوة لما جي أمريكا حديثا منذ شهرين تقريبا أو أكثر 3 شهور أنهت الدورة F-16. كانت لما كان حرب بين صوماليا وأثيوبيا. نعم. نعم. الناس في الصومال يا جماعة. طيب هنا عندكم دلوقتي المسألة البيبر you have the blue one. أكرمك الله يا أخي قصة سعيدة جدا. نعم. والله شهادتك أنا إن شاء الله. إلا أول شهادة هنا. This is the case now. Can we have our self-group? And this is the last thing to do, inshallah. Can we have groups? At least, you know, let's say we have 3 and 5 together. 5 together. 5 together. Yeah, it will be 5 good. I mean, one of you, this 5, each group will be divided into 2 papers. Okay? Just turn the chair, I think will be good. Yeah. We have this case between, you are the mediator now. You are the mediator, but in a group now, 2 groups. Each group will be divided into 2. One will see the first view of this paper, the blue one. The other will see this one. Okay? And let's see, after reading your case, each one of you to read the case and to tell each other what is the best way to solve this problem. Let's see. We have half an hour maximum. I'm sorry, we have 2 papers, the blue and white. Group will be in this blue to discuss the blue, to represent one side, and this to represent the other side. How to negotiate and how to reach. I don't have? I'm sorry. Yes. Oh, the white one? Oh, yeah. These 2. Blue and white. Yes. نعم. هذه الأوراق هنا. هذه الأوراق هذه الأجريمنت. هذا الوايت هذا البلو.
أول شيء نشوف البلو.
ماشي اللي بالبلو. هذا لما يكون هذا لما عندك جماعة يتفقوا على أنه يحكموا بيجعلوك أنت المصلح بينهما. وقعوا هذا الفورم. هذا أعطونا فكرة عن المشكلة بتاعتهم.
أوكي.
مختصر.
هذا.
بس.
وهذا
عشان ركض عندك بالسجلات يكون عندك. هذه قضية الآن عم نناقشها الآن.
هذه هي الركض.
هذه العمل عمليا. بعدين عندك هذا الفورم هلا هنشتغل عليه. هذا طبعا لما تعمل ميديشن، الميديشن سنتر بيوقع لك انه انت اشتغلت عندهم، تدربت من كذا الى كذا بالتاريخ كذا الى اخره. انت فكره عنه يعني. نعم. غيرها هذا شوفي هذا هون، هذا نفسه كله ميديشن ميديات. بعدين وزعنا هذه الورقه. هذه الورقه توزعت اللي هي المحكمه الشرعيه عندنا. معلومات عنها. نعم. وعليكم السلام ورحمه الله وبركاته. وهذه معلومات عن برضه اللي عملناه نحن هنا. اي نعم، واياكم جميعا ان شاء الله. ايش كمان في؟ هذه الورقه لما تحطوها، لما تكون عندك جماعه مثلا انت بتصلح بينهما في وصول الاجريمنت، هذه بدك تبد نوت عليها، انت بتعطيهم ورقه. هذه كونفيدنشال يعني ثقه بتدل في الارض موجوده. بدك تبد نوت مثلا انت الان مديتها بيني وبين زوجتي. اوكي، انا عم احط النوت عندي ملحوظات، هي عندها ورقه ثانيه ملحوظات، عندها ورقه نعم ثانيه، نعم نفس الورقه، بس الورقه هذه بالاخير بتخلوها على الترابيزه. ما بياخذوها على البيت،
ما بياخذوها،
كله بدل مكانه. انت بتاخذها مش تنظر فيها، انت عم تحكي معهم تناقش معهم. انت عندك ورقه مثلها كمان تكتب عليها. بس انتوا كلكم سوا بتحطوا الورقه على الطاوله وبتمشوا خلاص. طيب المكتب اذا عندك مكتب او عندك انت مكتبك مثلا شردت بالماشين. هذه يعني عمليه
هذه فقط لجمع المعلومات.
المعلومات والملحوظات كل فريق عنده. I'm sorry. عارف كيف؟ الله يبارك فيك. الله يبارك فيك. هلا صوروها اوريدي. صوروها ووزعوها. المكتب صورها، انت تاخذ كله نصها. هيك نصها. على يوتيوب. لا ورقه